position you appropriately for where your grant reporting is.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I think Caltrans feels like they have approval from a CEQA side, but on their end for submittal. But we need the coastal development permit to move forward with
Right.
construction, and so I think it's important and critical that our near-term milestones for the segments B and C are that we're anticipating construction starting in October of this year, and
Okay.
and then next year for segment 4B.
Okay. Related to that, another CEQA question. The AB 52 legislation that came in after your EIRs and maybe around the time, well, actually before the addendum, did you feel that the Native American outreach was just so strong already, or did you choose not to do that?
So, pardon me, this doesn't stretch very far. So Caltrans conducted extensive Native American outreach under Section 106 for NEPA.
Oh, okay.
And I don't believe that there was agency to agency Native American outreach done at that time as well. I don't believe it was under the blanket of AB 52, but there were several iterations of outreach to the Native American tribes
Okay.
as part of the environmental.
I know that kind
Absolutely.
of changed the process for some people.
Yeah.
Okay. One question on the plans, the construction support site, which I think is near the Padaro North. Do I have that? Is that for the entire 7-mile section, or is that just for a portion closest to that? And can you please describe what's envisioned? Is that your staging area? Is that where trucks are going to be left overnight? Is that where asphalt and concrete is going to be stored before it's in place? What actually happens in that space?
Yeah, the current direction is that construction site would be available for the first 3 segments.
Okay.
It's real estate in this corridor is extremely valuable, and building this project needs a lot of support. So it will be used for not so much storing trucks, but it will be used for stockpiling. Is that a little closer? Okay. It will be used for storing some materials. There is a butterfly roosting site just to the north on the private property, so use of this site is limited to certain times of the year, but there will be probably crushing concrete and stockpiling some materials.
Okay, it's also next to an equestrian trail, which we just heard about in another item, so you're going to have to be careful about that, because every time I'm on that overpass, I see, horses walking along, so.
May I add something to that, Mr.
Sorry?
Yeah. So we've actually, one of the things we forgot to mention is that we actually have the liberty of having the contractor on board now through a special delivery process called Construction Manager General Contractor. So when the notion came up of having a construction support site, we were able to talk very succinctly about the environmental constraints in relation to what they desired to do in that area, and so and what we wanted to protect and what we knew, and so things like the equestrian trail and access and across there, and the Via Real bike path. That's also one of the balancing projects. All were constraints that had to be accommodated, and we've worked through, and that is what they evaluated based on their need for the footprint, and so we have considered that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that brings us to, I think, unless I'm hearing any other commissioners, we're done with our questions, and we would go to public comment, but I think I'd like to take a little break for about 10 minutes, if we can do that, and we'll be right back.
or put in mitigation measures. Okay. That'd be great. Oh, yeah. Oh, I agree.
Do you have my information? And
We do.
We'll keep talking. I'm gonna make sure our 3 minutes back.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready to start back again, and we will begin with our public comment session of the item, and that means I begin with Tim Howie as the first speaker, and I'm going to ask all speakers to limit their comments to 3 minutes max, and you don't need to go to that, of course, but because we have another agenda item, so that you have that much time if you need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Tim Howie, Summerlin resident. I fully support the proposals before you today, but I have a request of the Commission. Specifically, I want to comment on the proposed sound wall SW9 in front of Ocean View Park and the Summerlin cottages. We've been working with Caltrans and County Parks for several years, and I'm grateful to them and for SBCAG for their work and for what is proposed. The proposed sound wall is beautiful, and with half the height being transparent, will protect the ocean views that the park is named for. This will make a real difference to park users and residents. As a result, and after researching the matter extensively, the HOA has agreed to maintain the wall. What is proposed is great. The issue is timing. So I respectfully ask the Planning Commission to consider not only what is proposed, but also how to optimize the benefits and the timing of the plan. The presentations today have described the wall as mitigating the freeway traffic noise, which it will, but it can do more. If built early enough, it can also protect park users, horse riders and homeowners from the noise of the 24/7 construction work, which will go on for a couple of years, mostly at night when traffic is lighter, but residents are trying to get healthy sleep. This sound wall is unique in that it'll be away from the Caltrans right-of-way, up a bank on County Park property. This means that the timing of the wall need not be tied to the timing of the freeway work. It can be built earlier. The sound wall is funded by Phase B, and most of the freeway work in the area is in Phase C. That sounds like it would work, except that Phase B will start in 2021, and after Phase C starts this October. So the sound wall is in the phase starting later than the construction work, rather than before. I would therefore ask the Commission to add weight to our request to Caltrans to build this sound wall as soon as possible and before the noisiest aspects of the Phase C freeway work in the area. This could be achieved by a combination of building the wall at the very start of Phase B and by concentrating initial Phase C work on the major redevelopments of Sheffield and Evans junctions. So thank you, and please approve this proposal and request Caltrans build this one wall as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Carmelik. If I've mispronounced that, forgive me. To be followed, Mike Carmelik. I'm sorry. To be followed by Steve Carlson.
Mike had to leave.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That means Steve Carlson is up, to be followed by Valerie Hoffman.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Steve Carlson. I'm a resident of the East Padaro Lane, which makes me an endangered species. It wasn't in your report. I'd first like to compliment Caltrans. I think you're doing a great job in trying to cover all your bases. I met with Kirsten this morning while we were here at the meeting, and I think a lot of my questions can get answered. But I have to tell you that over the last 30 years, every major flood lands up in our neighborhood. And we've met with the county numerous times, and Tom Fayram has worked diligently to try and help solve our problem. But what seems to be the issue is the drainage that comes onto Santa Claus Lane comes through the existing freeway. And so we would like to meet with Caltrans and find out what mitigation measures there would be to solve that. The other issue is the actual redevelopment of Santa Claus Lane. Santa Claus Lane is now going to be a beachside park with a lot more hardscape. And the county has indicated that they're building a bioswale, which I think is a great idea. I think what we need to determine, though, is how long is that supposed to last in a major storm. If it's only meant for regular runoff, we still have a flooding problem. And we have residents along the east end of the lane that are constantly getting flooded. Part of the problem being is when the drainage was designed, it all went into a very small ditch that runs parallel to East Padaro Lane. We don't know how that ditch was built. We just know that it doesn't work. Trying to affect getting the water away from that end of the neighborhood, and also the people that are across in the little Union Pacific Railroad area. There's 4 or 5 leased houses there. All those are in flood stages when we have major storms, and so we would like to see what we can do to get that problem addressed. The other issue, there's 2 other issues. One is Royal Pardon Creek Bridge. Since some of us have had the unfortunate experience of being in the Montecito debris flow, the creeks don't make 90-degree turns very well in a major storm. And I have been a resident of Padaro Lane for 30 years, and I can tell you there's a 90-degree bend in the creek right before it goes underneath the freeway at Arroyo Paradon. And as we know that when we have major storms, the freeway becomes the tipping point or the dumping ground for all the debris, because there's no way that much force can be taken and made a 90-degree turn to go underneath the freeway. I know the new design is going to be wider, and I think it's a good idea, but I think we need to look into mitigation measures if we can, upstream possibly, or some way to slow the water down so that you don't have another instance of the water propelling enough material to put it back up on the freeway. You've gone to a lot of work and a lot of trouble to design a great freeway system, but there's the possibility that that could happen again. The other issue is, what do we do downstream? Downstream, you've got Union Pacific, who has a
You need
trestle
to
bridge.
Wrap up soon.
Okay. They have a trestle bridge which backs up all the debris, and then there is a cement bridge which goes across the creek there on Padaro Lane. So all those issues have to be dealt with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a
Oh,
question,
I'm sorry,
Mr.
you have
Carlson.
a question. Please stay there, Mr. Carlson. Sure. Commissioner Park?
Mr. Carlson, I appreciate your comments. I'm just having a little bit of a hard time understanding exactly what part you're discussing. And I'm not stupid. I lived in that area for 10, 15 years. I'm just not quite understanding where you are. Could you be a little more specific in what your areas of concern are? Literally areas.
The 2 flooding areas are the intersection of Santa Claus Lane and Padaro, where it crosses the railroad to go into Padaro Lane at the south end. And the other issue is where Arroyo Paradon Creek crosses the freeway all the way down to Padaro Lane.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next we have Valerie Hoffman, to be followed by Judy. Oh, I'm sorry, this is on the next item. To be followed by Elisa Freundlich. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Hoffman. I live on Beach Club Road. It's a community of about 27 homes, kind of densely packed. If you look at your segment 4B, part 2 on 8, we are directly across from the blue sound wall toward the left of the slide there. Ron and I live in that home. I bought the house in 2001. We're longtime residents. I've been asked to speak to the commission on behalf of our neighbors. All of the Beach Club folks have been concerned about this issue for many, many years. I think I wrote my first letter to Caltrans in 2012 with regard to the EIR. The specific concern we have is Caltrans' failure to build a sound wall for us. We were designated in the original EIR, the decibel levels were indeed at times above 75. I'll note also that the EIR survey form was done in 2009, 11 years ago. That sound is increased dramatically, and you'll also note that EIR report, the readings were taken at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and at 10:30, definitely not at rush hour time. The Caltrans concedes that the decibel levels do warrant a sound wall for us, but they have told us that doing a cost-benefit analysis, they felt that it was not financially feasible. This is confusing to us because they're building a sound wall directly across the 101. for a community that's smaller than ours and is equally distant, same amount of space from the highway from us. It feels like Caltrans is being inconsistent. We are now a severe receptor zone, and we have not been given any kind of priority for our consideration about this. In repeated conversations with Scott Eads at Caltrans, I've asked for some basis for the cost-benefit analysis. I've done a California Public Records Act request, been through thousands of pages of documents, and I still don't see a cost-benefit analysis for the sound wall for us. We've been told things like the number of homes that are protected or that were considered were a handful or 10. The fact is that we are more than double that number of homes. We've told that the properties on that end of Padero are very deep and long. Ours are not on Beach Club. We're all packed in there. We were told that sight lines are a problem, but you'll note that there are other curves, other sound walls on other curves where similar sight lines would be an issue, like Ortega Hill, just in the next slide. We were told that gas lines were a problem, but the gas lines are not in the location where the sound wall would be built. They're next to Padero rather than next to the 101.
Ms. Freundlich, can you wrap up soon?
Yeah,
Thank
you bet. So we feel that we would like reconsideration or some deeper conversation with Caltrans. I also have a letter from one of our other neighbors I'd like to submit to the record as well as my own.
Thank you. Give it to Mr. Villalobos. Okay. Following, next person is David Karp, to be followed by, what?
Sorry, I think Elisa Freundlich was.
I'm sorry. You are Ms. Freundlich?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. To be followed by David Karp. Thank you.
So Elisa Freundlich, and I am a Summerlin resident in the Summerlin Cottages and the president of the Summerlin Cottages Homeowners Association. I just really want to acknowledge and thank the county, the staff, and Caltrans for all of the work that has been put in so far. I'm tremendously grateful that we are at this place where this amount of funding is available for something that is so critical to everyone in this community. Anybody who drives on the 101 knows that we're in a huge crunch here, and we really, as a community, desperately need this. So first and foremost, thank you, and let's get this passed and through. The sound wall for Ocean View Park is a very critical part of this project. It's a severe receptor. The park is an amazing amenity for the community. There's people who use it for the horse trails. We really feel that protecting this asset is important. So I encourage you to approve, and I think that the designs that we've been given and the work with the community reflects something that we can all really be proud of. It's preserving the view. The Homeowners Association will be maintaining the wall. We've agreed to do that. We'll be entering into an agreement with the county, so there's no cost to the county. Once it's established, Caltrans is paying for it. It's a win-win in my view. I'd like to encourage the commission on the timing issue. I want to reiterate what my fellow homeowner Tim Howie said. If we can at all get it done earlier, let's get that done. It's critical. We need it. The sound right now is overwhelming. Can't imagine what it's going to be to sleep through. The other thing I want to mention is that there is no stop sign right now at North Padaro, and there's a grade change, and you're talking about making a construction staging area there. Right now, when you get off North Padaro, and I encourage all of the commissioners and everyone to try it, try making a left with no stop sign, and then the grade drops down and you can't see. There are accidents there all the time. We had requested a stop sign there a number of years ago when Salud was on the board, and they said there's not enough accidents yet. So with the construction staging, there will be enough accidents, and I really think we need both a temporary stop sign and to look at a permanent one for that intersection. And with that, thank you.
David Karp, to be followed by Joe.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. First of all, my name is David Karp. I am a homeowner in the cottages of Summerlin. I'm also on the association's Architectural Review Committee. This is the first hearing I've attended, and I just want to say that I've been very impressed not only with the work of Caltrans, the staff, but the thoughtfulness of the questions from the commissioners, and I appreciate that. Basically, I just want to reinforce what my fellow homeowners have said, that we're in support of the project, but very much in support of focusing on the timing and acceleration of the building of the sound wall. I think that's going to be critical to the efficiency of the whole project. In addition, I want to support and reiterate our concern about the traffic at the construction support area and having a stop sign there, because the traffic does move very rapidly down that road. There are limited sight lines, stacking of materials, trucks coming in and out of that. We're very concerned that that could create further safety concerns. So with that, I wanted to keep it brief and give my support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Joe's last name is Freeman. Thank you. Followed by Ron No, and that's our last public speaker, unless anything else has come in. Mr. Freeman?
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me this time to speak today. I'll keep this brief. As a homeowner in the cottages at Summerlin, I believe that the proposal that you have for the Ocean View Park sound wall is going to be incredibly beneficial for the park as well as the homeowners in that area. I would like to echo the sentiment of Tim Howie and Elisa that is there a possibility for that to be moved up on the agenda. That would add an extra benefit to that part of the community that if it isn't moved up will just be delayed and exacerbated by additional noise. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ron No. 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 I got it. I'm coached. Thank you.
No, we will work. So I live with Valerie Hoffman, who just spoke on Beach Club Road. Factors to noise not considered. I'm a sailor and a surfer, and I'm very conscious of wind. And we get a lot of offshore wind, and which comes down Toro Canyon at night. And it usually starts late in the afternoon when I get home, and it doesn't end until the morning when I go to work. So that just blows way more noise on top of us, okay, that I don't think was considered by Caltrans. Now, if you guys build a sound wall across from us, and I know it's made out of textured concrete, it's going to absorb some sound, but I think it's going to bounce more sound towards us, as I have noticed walking on the beach, and there's a concrete wall. I can hear the waves on both sides of me now because I've got concrete on one side of me, because the sound's bouncing from the ocean to the wall and then back to me. So I think that the numbers are going to go up if you build a wall across from us and not on our side. Your calculations for 2009, as Valerie said, were 10 a.m. and 1 p.m., and they did exceed 75 decibels. That was 10 years ago. According to the gentleman here, he said the traffic's going up 1% a year. So that's 10%. So now our sound numbers are up considerably more because there's just more traffic. And I think that it's, we really need to give us some consideration. Also, I'm a builder, so I'm pretty conscious about a lot of things with construction. Summerlin cottages are set very high up on a bench where we are set below the freeway. And now there's a sound shadow from a wall. A wall will create a sound shadow that I think our neighborhood will enjoy completely. Whereas Summerlin cottages, I'm not sure that will completely get all that sound block. I know I ride my bicycle behind Summerlin cottages up on that hill, and it's incredibly noisy up there. And I used to live in Summerlin, and it's incredibly noisy in Summerlin up on the hill. So I'm not sure how high a wall you're going to need to build to actually be effective for something that is considerably higher than the freeway.
Your time is up, so are you done?
Thank you.
All right, thank
Appreciate
you. Okay, that concludes our public comment. And this is the time when we bring it back to, therefore I close the public hearing. And therefore we go back to commission questions of staff, or does staff have any responses to items from the public comment?
No comment. Thank
Okay,
you.
hearing none. Any questions from the commission? And we can do questions and deliberations. Thank you. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can Mr. Luna or someone answer the question I have of what sound walls are planned for the south side of the highway toward the ocean?
Yes.
I'm sure you said it, I wasn't making notes at that time.
So yes, the residents who just spoke are correct. This neighborhood here, pardon me, I just went to full screen. This neighborhood here does not currently have a sound wall proposed. And I can explain part of our challenges with this particular area. Am I close enough to the mic? Okay. Okay, how's this? A little better? So as you can see from the layout of the freeway here, we've got two curves, what's happening. So you're right, this neighborhood does qualify for sound attenuation. The sound measurements are taken over a 24-hour period originally, and then they determine what the peak hours are, and then they take measurements during shorter periods of time during the peak time frame. And then that sound is actually put into a model and extrapolated, and then they add the additional lanes to that. So it's more of an extrapolation than physical on the ground measurement. You can come up with a louder measurement. This is an average. The technique they use averages out the sound instead of recording every peak and valley, and other things like railroad or other noises aren't considered in that. But what you'll see, the main point, what you'll see here in the freeway is these two curves. And because our right-of-way is so tight through here, the fence, if I'm sure many of you have driven this area like we've heard, the fence is right off the roadway as it is right now. And the roadway is actually widening a little bit. So to put a sound wall, it would be right on the edge of pavement, essentially. And in these areas, because we have these non-standard corners, what happens is that sound wall becomes a visual barrier. And so that sound wall has to be pulled away from those curves. So that would end up with the sound wall that normally would be the length of this whole stretch. We've got two large sections that the sound wall can't be built in. So when you do that, it takes away its effectiveness. Sound is a funny thing, much like the source of a light. On a sunny day, you get a nice crisp shadow from your hand, but on a cloudy day, you don't. And sound from the freeway is similar to a cloudy day. The sound is coming from the whole freeway. So to protect a residence, the sound wall really needs to be much wider than that residence itself to get the full attenuation. So by removing those two curved areas, we're not able to get many benefited receptors for the amount of sound wall we would have to build. And using our federal protocol, which we have to adhere to, otherwise we jeopardize our federal funding on the project, we're not allowed to propose sound walls where they don't correspond with the noise ratio threshold that we're allowed to do. So that's the reason in a nutshell why we weren't allowed to provide sound walls here. We also looked at sound walls along Padaro Lane itself, thinking that would be a great alternative location on private property. There's a number of challenges with that. There's a lot of mature trees in this area, as well as drainage issues, and the freeway, or the Padaro Lane right-of-way is very constrained in this area, so it's very tight. In addition to that, the most effective place for a sound wall is either close to the source or close to the receptor. So in an instance like this, if you put it out there by the railroad, it's kind of in between the two, and it is much less effective. So the wall on private property in this area was also evaluated, and it was ruled out due to cost financial reasonableness.
Okay, are there any?
They do not show up as severe receptors in the noise study. And granted, the noise study is a point in time, but it was an extensive survey prepared for our environmental document.
Well, just to follow up, Madam Chair, I have no doubt that they would qualify if we redid the study, but what you're indicating is the physical factors, the location of the sound wall is problematic, and that's really motivating the decision more than whether it's 75 decibels or 62 or whatever it is. There isn't a piece of property on the south side of Padaro that isn't affected by the freeway. And, you know, I've spent a lot of time down there, have close friends that live there, and I don't think a sound wall would be terribly effective. It would help, but you can't remove the freeway by placing a sound wall, and there is the visual aspect. But I was mostly concerned for the residents that the explanation be given as to why you've concluded the way you have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I wanted to address the same thing. So in your cost benefit analysis, at least the one in your head, is there a written one that's been prepared?
The engineer has records of all of that, I believe. It's not in my head, I'm sorry.
But I mean, is there? I mean, we can all do a kind of a cost benefit analysis in our heads. I'm just wondering if somebody literally conducted a cost benefit analysis there.
There's a formal analysis that is prepared.
Got it. And the cost wasn't so much. I mean, it sounds like the prevailing factor in that was that you're concerned it might not provide as much benefit because the sound wall, if it was along the northern edge of pavement for Padaro Lane, it wouldn't be as effective for the receptors because it's some distance away.
Yes, that's part of the reason. It also failed the cost reasonableness test. And part of that is likely because it didn't achieve the full fight, because we have to a measurable change. There's a metric that we have to achieve with the sound wall. It's a 5 decibel reduction. And so by moving it away, I'm speculating here, but it dropped for financial reasonableness due to the fact that not as many folks were protected from the sound.
Okay. You know, it's interesting. I used to live at 3152 Via Real, which is just the opposite side there, and somewhat to the west, where there is a sound wall now. And the reason I moved from the area is we just could not bear the noise any longer. And when the sound wall was put in, that's been there for some years, it made a tremendous difference, even at the house where I used to live, which was over 150 feet away. So I really sympathize with these folks, and I think that everyone's so excited about this project 'cause it's so comprehensively designed and so well designed, but it's kind of like the last shot, you know. I mean, it's been a long time coming. I think it's been coming longer than some of you have been alive. And so folks are thinking, this is going to be our shot to get this done. And it kind of seems random where the walls are or aren't. And I can see why the residents would like to see a sound wall, and I'd like to see one there. Have the residents been surveyed as to their concern as to whether they'd rather have a sound wall or that mature vegetation along Padaro Lane? Has there been anything like that going on?
Actually, we never made it to that point because the wall fell away for financial reasonableness reasons. So part of the things you need to take we need to take into account when we construct a sound wall is if there's any extenuating circumstances that goes along with constructing the sound wall, like drainage features or retaining walls to support it, those are all included in the cost of the wall.
Right.
And so that ends up with, in this location particularly, a very expensive wall for not that many benefited receptors.
And so this analysis that you have now, it would essentially mean there'd never be a sound wall there, I guess. It's harsh. Okay, thank you.
Chair Bradley? And
Yes.
I wanted to mention a couple of things. There's a condition in attachment B1, it's condition 14, and it has to do with noise attenuation for severe receptors. So I guess the first thing to note is that this neighborhood was not identified as a severe receptor neighborhood. However, if for some reason it was identified as that, what this condition does is it, and this is a Caltrans process, it allows Caltrans to provide noise attenuating funds for individual homes that are identified as severe receptors. So I just wanted to point that out since we know that the sound wall is not feasible in this location. At this point, this neighborhood has not been identified as a severe receptor, but if it were, or if your commission felt that this neighborhood warranted acoustical mitigation of some kind, then this condition could be modified to include this neighborhood. I'm not sure that the applicant would be amenable to that, but because Commissioner Cooney mentioned that he felt that this area would be identified as a severe receptor location, I thought I should bring your attention to that condition. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Blau. I don't know how I figure you out on my little light system here. Yes, you can. Oh, thank you.
I just have to interrupt you. When I was listening to the Caltrans rep talk about that wall, where the wall location where they'd like to put it is both a site problem, and it's also not quite as effective because it's too far from the residents. But he didn't tell me why we couldn't go forward and do a condemnation of the land and move it closer to the residents. I'm having a great difficulty listening to him talk about a cost-benefit analysis. I mean, $190 million, and we can't spend what little more money it takes to protect these people from noise. And it sounds like, despite the information that we've been given, they are a severe receptor as it exceeds 75 decibels. So that's my question for Caltrans.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Does someone from Caltrans want to respond?
Chair, and through the chair. I'd first like to just kind of take a step back regarding the protocol that Dave mentioned related to what Caltrans is held to. So on a project like this that has federal funding, they must, it's not a suggestion, they must follow the federal protocol. And that has certain steps and iterations required. And as we were trying to explain that, the public testimony is not necessarily analogous, this sound wall versus this sound wall, because this one is on the outside of a curve and this one's on the inside of the curve, as Dave explained. So you start putting that sound wall in, then it's blocking sight lines. That is a constraint. Then as you start breaking the sound wall up, it really makes it less effective in trying to find substitute areas. The notion of having to acquire right-of-way to build a sound wall, just as Dave mentioned, that has to be included in the cost. So if it's not cost effective just based on the wall cost itself, you add the right-of-way cost on top of that, it's not going to be effective and meet that cost benefit threshold.
Okay, Mr. Blau, did you have another question?
Well, yeah, just to follow up, I mean, I'm sorry, to have you just simply tell me it's not cost effective doesn't give me much comfort. If you're talking about, 59 residents and it costs, $1 million, okay, I'll give you the 20,000 of residents, might not be cost effective, but what do you mean by it's not cost effective? I mean, clearly you've demonstrated that there is a noise problem here, and so how many people does it have to adversely affect, or how much does it have to cost? And those two have to have some relationship to each other that you determine it's not cost effective.
All these figures are spelled out in our noise analysis report. It's called the NADER. It was part of our environmental document, and it was codified with the project when it was initially circulated. In fact, Caltrans was sued on the noise study associated with this project with another sound wall up in the Fernald Point area. And upon review, the judge determined that Caltrans did its due diligence in determining where walls can be placed and will be placed associated with the project. I will say that Caltrans has no objection or aversion to building walls, and we really tried hard, and again, even by looking off-site, to make this wall work, and we simply couldn't justifiably make it work. And that's why it's not a part of the project as we see today.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if, I'm sorry, Commissioner Park.
I wanted to also address the request from the Summerlin Cottages folks, but I know Mr. Cooney was about to light it up. Did you have more comments on Padaro that you wanted to address first?
No, I would just observe as a comment, we just heard about this today. I am sympathetic to anyone who would like to lessen the noise from the freeway. And I think what we have to decide ultimately is, do we approve the project as presented, or do we call a halt to it here and say, without more proof to us that that this is not feasible, that it meets federal guidelines and all the rest? It's very difficult to pick it apart. So, I was ready to move to the cottages because it seems to me their request, it has to do with the timing of the installation of a wall that everybody agrees is going to be built, and whether there's some relief for those homeowners based on timing. That was going to be my next question.
Which is essentially my question.
Okay,
Is
but
it-
I don't want to leave this topic, and I want to go back to condition 14 that Ms. Liu highlighted, because I guess I'm not really sure how this is implemented. Timing, outreach to property owners shall be completed prior to CDP issuance. Funds for acoustic well treatment shall be provided to property owners prior to project completion. In other words, it sounds like Caltrans is going to be on the hook to analyze it further, or help me understand this, Ms. Liu.
Chair Bridley, I guess a couple of things, if you don't mind, I might back up a little bit. First, to talk about the Beach Club neighborhood, it was not identified as a severe receptor. I spoke with Caltrans, and the reason that they studied a sound wall in that area is because they consider, and correct me if I'm wrong, any properties with the outdoor space to be sensitive receptors. So that's the reason that they were looking at a sound wall there, even though it wasn't determined to be a severe receptor, which I think is an important point. In addition to the constraints that they've mentioned, the reason I pointed you to condition 14 is that even though this area wasn't identified as a severe receptor, if your commission felt that this neighborhood should be provided with some acoustical protection, you could modify this condition to include this particular neighborhood if you felt it was warranted, which could prevent the need for additional studies or so forth. This condition applies to other properties that were identified as severe receptors, but that could not receive protection from a sound wall due to other constraints. So it's a similar situation, but this applies to properties that were identified as severe receptors, while the Beach Club neighborhood was not identified as a severe receptor.
Pandora's box. Thank you. Do any commissioners have? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm way
Commissioner,
down
I
here.
know, you're on the far
but-
end of my
But you
little
put
light
me
bulb.
here, so you should be able to spot me on your line.
That's right. You should light up faster. Sorry about that.
But,
Commissioner
okay.
Freeney.
Anyway, thank you, Chair. We're talking about cost-benefit analysis and so many homes and all this. And so in that, what was the price? I heard $1 million from Commissioner Blau. What's the real cost?
If I may ask for clarification, you mean the cost of the wall? Or
The wall that we're not going to build.
I don't have the figure of the cost.
So then how would we have a cost analysis benefit if we don't know the cost?
It's spelled out in our environmental technical studies.
And how do we get a hold of that?
It's on,
It was
I believe
a
it's on the
link.
SBCAG website.
It was actually a link.
Okay,
In our-
could staff get me an answer on that, please? Google it, whatever.
Chair and Commissioner Freeney, I think that might take a little bit of research to find that. So
I got all day.
So Chair, Commissioner Freeney, if we could trail this question, then staff can find that link and provide that information to you.
Okay, we're talking about cost-benefit analysis in 30 or 40 homes and people that feel affected, and I don't think that, I don't see how we move forward if we don't know what it really costs, because then there's other questions that come from that. Okay, And then back to Caltrans. Is there some other mechanism? Let's say it was $1 million. I'm sure it's 10 times that. Is there another mechanism that you can build your project as is, but as a community, we can build the wall later?
I want to make sure I understand the question.
So your project has to meet certain criteria to get your federal funding. And if you put the wall in, that kicks you out of the criteria because you can't show the benefit. So to not stop your project, but to allow the wall to be built outside of your project with a separate funding, is that possible?
Sorry. My understanding of the question, we were caucusing here on something else. My understanding of the question is there another mechanism by which this wall could be built outside of this project? Is that correct?
I'm not asking if there is a mechanism. If we came up with a mechanism, would we be allowed to build the wall outside of your project?
So I think Mr. Emerson answered this in a couple of different ways. When the Caltrans evaluated locations for the wall, there were locations both on state right-of-way and county right-of-way. The ones on state right-of-way, there is a mechanism by which any entity with an encroachment permit, that means they'd have to prepare the appropriate designs designed to certain standards for a wall, and it would have to meet the same criteria that the state went through as far as not blocking sight lines and things like that, and seek an encroachment permit and then do that under that permit authority. If it was on either private or public property, for instance, county property along Padaro Lane, then that would be a process that would be handled outside of this project.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we've probably gone through that topic. Mr. Park, Commissioner Park, did you have another topic?
Well, I did, but basically I was going to ask the question that Commissioner Cooney asked, which was addressing the concern of the Summerlin Cottages folks who felt that if the sound wall that affected them would be built in Phase C, then it would be more beneficial to them than if it was built in Phase B, because it would happen earlier, and they would not be as impacted, and park users would not be as impacted by the construction. So I'd like to hear an answer to that. As a side note, just speaking that point that park users, I hope that these cost-benefit analyses do include the effect on people that are not necessarily homeowners, because of course park users there before the Summerlin Cottages there include the whole community, and even the beach there at Padaro Lane. I can remember when I lived there, I frequented that beach commonly, coming up from the southeast, and also paddling over there. So it's just a point that these decisions on sound walls involve more than just the homeowners. But getting back to Summerlin Cottages, which I think was Commissioner Cooney's point, I'd like to hear a response on that one. Can that construction component be rescheduled?
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Cooney, you have your light on? Is that right? That's on. So, sorry. Sorry, you guys. I'm still figuring it out. So that's a question to Caltrans, I believe.
So we acknowledge the fact that the Summerlin Cottages project is in the 4B segment, which does not plan to commence construction until the summer of next year. And the 4C project is scheduled to begin in October of this year. So that's a difference of about 9 months. The contract plans have been developed since the inception with that particular sound wall assigned to the 4B project, and we're going through our contract bidding and pricing in that fashion. We would have to make some fairly significant changes at the last minute to our 4C contract to allow for that project to move into. And refine the costs and add those elements to allow that to move forward. I think what we could do is commit to having the Summerlin cottages, because it's not in conflict with the work that's going to be done on Highway 101, be done as, or at least recommend in the specifications as a first order of work in the 4E, so that work commences in the summer of next year when the rest of the project is done. Is started, the 4B in Summerlin.
Commissioner Cooney?
I'll just offer a comment that the residents have, through their representatives here, raised a legitimate point. If it's possible to make that accommodation without turning things upside down, and it seems as though it could, I know they would appreciate it, and this commission would as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the commissioners? So I guess we would go straight to deliberations.
So Chair, I think there's one question remaining out there from Commissioner Freeney. So if we could, before we move into deliberations, if we could maybe take a few-minute break to allow staff to finish finding that information and bring that information back at the end of the break.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with, say, 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'll also note that I believe the applicant would like an opportunity before you, or at some point through your deliberation process, to sort of offer a kind of a closing rebuttal or statement or comments on some
By all means, let's hear that now.
outstanding issues.
Before we, is that okay?
So Chair Bradley, just want to provide a recommendation. If we could just take a break now, and then we'll find that information. Then when we come back, we can provide that information for Commissioner Freeney, and if you would allow the applicants and staff to provide any closing comments, then we could move forward.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll take a break until 11:55. Is that right? Okay, I think we're going to start back up again. And we were hoping that staff had some information, but I'm not sure that's been completed. So do we have a status on that, about the cost-benefit question?
Chair, it is coming momentarily. In the meantime, I think that Caltrans is wanting to provide more context on the sound wall process and also some comments on condition 25 regarding the balancing projects.
Okay, so let's hear from Caltrans.
Okay,
Or
I'm
SBK.
going to hand it over to Kirsten Ayers. She's going to provide some context on how this project could be, jeopardized just by maybe making some deviations to the federal protocol.
Fred made that sound a little ominous, and unfortunately, it is a little ominous. So we get this question a lot about sound walls, and that it sounds like, hey, it's noisy here, why don't we get a sound wall, is the standard question that most people have. And there is a lengthy federal process that Caltrans is held to meet in order to have any federal funds in the project at all. And that process is a myriad of checklist items, and it's a little wonky, meaning that you have to meet certain qualifications, but if you fall off in a category, you're out basically for sound wall funding. So if it's a residential property, you meet one of the requirements. If it's a recreation property, you meet one of the requirements. You have to be a certain distance away from the freeway. You have to prove that a sound wall would reduce the noise a certain amount of decibel levels. If your property is too far away from the freeway and the noise attenuation goes down because of the distance, then you fall out. If the wall isn't long enough to create that noise attenuation to the certain level, like what we're talking about with the curves, you fall out of the program. We've had a lot of questions, and I think one of the commissioners was sort of headed this way is, can other people provide the funding for a sound wall and not have it be the federal funds and still have it built with the program? And the answer is no. The way the program works is they try to be very fair across the board with sound walls. So there have been other communities across the country who have said, hey, we'll chip in for a sound wall, you just build it with your project. And basically the federal funding is in jeopardy at that point, meaning that your whole project doesn't get funded because they don't operate that way. They don't want to use the federal funds for sound walls and, in a sense, reward rich communities that could afford to pay for sound walls in a project. So they say no, out of fairness. So when they talk about cost-benefit analysis, it's a little bit of a misnomer because it implies that if it's a certain cost or somebody else can make that cost, you could have your wall. That's not how the program works. And the other part of this is that in other communities, like in Carpinteria, we've had this question come up a lot with people saying, I'm really close, or my neighbor gets a sound wall, but I don't get a sound wall. There are also other restrictions. So if a property has a wall itself, you can't build a sound wall in front of that property, which frustrates some people because they say, well, my wall isn't as tall as the sound wall would be. It doesn't matter. You fall out for that too. So it's much more complicated than just saying the cost-benefit analysis. It's actually a series of qualifying levels that you have to meet to have a sound wall. This sound wall was studied numerous times, and while it may meet some requirements, it doesn't meet enough to actually qualify for the wall. And so there isn't a lot of sort of juggling you can do to try to put the wall into the project.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Were there any other questions from the commission before we begin deliberation? Present response. And actually, I think what we need is final response to public comment and our questions from both sides of the staff, Caltrans as well as county staff. So, Ms. Liu, did you want to start that?
Chair Bradley, I don't think that staff has additional comments, but I believe that Caltrans has additional comments and specifically related to condition 25. And then also up on the screen is a noise analysis protocol, and I'm not sure if they wanted to comment on that as well.
My comment, thank you for the noise protocol. That's actually an updated version. The version we used was based on 2006, so it's slightly different protocol than that. But that is essentially the updated version of the same document. The comment that I want to make is actually a request, and it's regarding condition number 25. Nicole, do you have that on a slide that we could pull up on the screen? Or so, guess I'll read the entire, and then read the entire condition, and then.
You don't have to do that. I mean,
Okay.
are you just talking about the underlined section, or?
No, just below the underlined just after the last underlined section where it says, basically up top in this area, it talks about Caltrans being responsible for funding the design, permitting, and construction of all components of each balancing project. That's great. Caltrans is in support of that, and that's exactly what we're doing. The clause that we're having some issue with is where it talks about coordination with other agencies, including SBCAG, County Planning and Development, Public Services Department, Community Services Department, Public Works. It's this right here may be applicable depending on the project. However, the ultimate responsibility for completion of these balancing projects belongs to Caltrans. And so the problem that the department has with that last sentence is we are working very closely with the county and SBCAG and all the agencies involved with these parallel projects. But some of them, many of them are off of Caltrans right-of-way, and they're funded with sources that Caltrans doesn't directly control. And so it puts us in a weird position where we're committing to something that we physically can't, we don't have the power by ourselves to do that. So it's something, we agreed that we were responsible for funding these projects. We'd like to indicate somehow that the actual implementation is done in consultation with other agencies, and we have a symbiotic relationship with the county and SBCAG because they're the lead in design for some of these. And if we have a condition to complete these projects at the same time as the HOV, but if for some reason county staff wasn't able to complete their design and threw it back to Caltrans, we wouldn't be able to ramp up and get to speed and be able to fulfill this in time with our HOV project. So it's something that that I'd like you to consider. Yeah, so my proposal is just to strike out from the word however on.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr.
Commissioners, a couple of comments. One, we do have Chris Nedden from Public Works who is available to speak to this matter as well. I just wanted to back up a little bit and just make sure everyone was understood the impetus for this condition. And it goes back to the wetland policy conflict that was created with this project and the long process we went through with the local coastal plan amendment in close coordination with the county, Caltrans, SBCAG, and the Coastal Commission staff in developing this long list of balancing projects to a point where Coastal Commission, ultimately in certifying the local coastal plan amendment, was comfortable in making a finding that the policy conflict and the encroachment into the wetland buffer, that the project as a whole, on balance, when you factor in this long list of balancing projects, could be found to be most protective of coastal resources. And that's a finding that has to be made in making a balancing policy conflicts in that regard. And so when we went through that process, it was well understood that for the Caltrans project to move forward, this list of balancing projects was part and parcel with that and was created to offset the policy issues associated with the Caltrans Freeway project. So it was certainly county staff's position and understanding, as well as Coastal Commission's, that these projects ultimately belong to Caltrans, and it is their responsibility to make sure that those projects get completed in conjunction with the adjacent phase of the freeway project. And so we drafted this condition to reflect that understanding, and certainly have concerns if we understand there's issues and in terms of funding and completion, and we certainly understand and have drafted the condition in a manner that recognizes the coordination between the different agencies in seeing some of these projects through. But we want to make it clear that ultimately the responsibility does fall on Caltrans to make sure these projects go through. We're not saying we're not going to participate in the process, and we have been to date and will continue to do to date, but the ultimate responsibility does fall on them.
Okay, seeing no other lights, I would actually like Mr. Sneddon to come and explain this from his perspective, because I think County Public Works is the one department we haven't heard of from today. And I very much appreciate the whole thing about the balancing projects, because I do public works for Goleta, and it's a major, major thing. I mean, the noise analysis is probably only a little bit more complicated than the balancing dance you do with the Coastal Commission. So from what I understand, and Caltrans just doesn't want that one sentence, because you're concerned that if for some reason the county doesn't proceed forward on these balancing projects, which Mr. Sneddon can explain, then you won't be able to complete them on time. Yeah.
Yes, that's it in a nutshell.
Okay.
Not that we have any reason to believe that's the case. The county's been working very well with us.
Right. So, Mr. Sneddon, can you explain these balancing projects and I mean, you're already in process with many of them, right?
Sure. So Chris Sneddon, County Public Works. I'm actually roads, transportation. So, yeah. And one of the reasons this is so complicated because there are multiple balancing projects and there are different participation from different groups for different phases of each project. So it's hard to condense that down into a couple sentences. So that's one of the challenges. But just from 30,000 feet, yeah, we've been cooperating or working together collaboratively, really, as a team with everybody here and the county and all the different departments, and actually the city of Santa Barbara as well. And the first step in that was working with the Coastal Commission and really advocating together for a package of projects that were balancing that were actually feasible to complete. And so we did a lot of work on coming up with compromises and with good projects that were beneficial, but that were also actually feasible to complete for anybody, whoever takes on these projects. And in terms of implementing them, we're also have been committed to implementing them to the degree we have the resources to do that. And resources can mean time, resources can mean money. Working on getting money, resources together, like grants and things like that. We've been committed to that, and it really just depends. There's several projects, so looking at each project, there's different levels of commitment from different parties. So that's what this is attempting to reflect in here. But ultimately, as was said, you have a project that has an applicant, and there are conditions that project needs to meet. The applicant is responsible for meeting those. That doesn't mean we're not committed to collaborating to the extent we can on them, but if you have to boil it down to somebody being responsible for the delivery of that, it's the applicant. The other thing I just want to mention in terms of like where these projects are, it's not uncommon to have conditions or things you have to do as a part of your project that go outside of your right-of-way or jurisdictional area. That happens to us on the flip side when we do work on the state routes or the interfaces with state routes. We often end up having to do offsetting or include some kind of projects that are on the state route for the county work that we're doing. So it's pretty common that happens, and when that happens, it's the requirement of the county to do that work. So.
Okay, did any commissioners have any questions? Because to me, if it's really just a timing matter, I'm thinking Caltrans, first of all, you've done a great job today. I'm really excited about the project. But if it's just a concern about the delay in speeding up to finish these projects, first of all, I have complete faith in some of these because we've seen them. We've seen the Santa Claus Lane project. I remember reading about the restrooms at Overlook Part, and so I think that they're all well underway. So I'm not as, I guess, sympathetic about the paranoia that the county's not going to be able to deliver these, and you will end up having to ramp up time and resources to do them. So I probably shouldn't have said all that because it's really the first district's item, and if we're in deliberations, then I would ask for comments from the other commissioners. Sorry, I went out of order.
Madam Chair, if I could just suggest how we proceed. If Caltrans has more comments, of course, as the applicant, they're entitled to make them. But I think we have two choices with regard to this language. Either we leave it the way it is, or we continue this matter altogether until we have satisfaction from our staff that they've gone as far as they can go. My inclination is like yours. This isn't a big deal. I don't think it's a realistic problem in this case. It may have been in other places, but I'm happy with the language as written by staff, and I understand the purpose. So I wouldn't be supporting an amendment to paragraph 25 on that basis.
Commissioner Park.
Are we just addressing this condition right now, or are we in deliberations on where to go? I don't want to steal Commissioner Cooney's thunder. It's his district. I have a suggestion, but that deals with this generally. Commissioner Cooney, do you want to make your comments first? Or
I'm happy if the chair says we're in deliberations. I didn't mean to limit
I'm sorry,
it to that.
let's consider this deliberations, and this is part of it. And you did wisely suggest that if we're not going to concur with staff's proposed language, that we continue the item to have further consideration. So Mr. Cooney has actually said that he's not in support of that, but we can continue deliberating on that and any other part of the project.
No, go ahead. Okay. There are a number of things here that I think should be addressed. By saying that, by no means does that mean I do not support the project. I'm very impressed. I think you've addressed so many details. I'd like to polish it up. What I would like to suggest, and I'll move, that we continue this matter for a week. I think we have time at our next calendar. And in that period of time, this wording, specific wording of this condition could be addressed. Okay, you folks work it out. If you can't, I'll try to work it out. I think it can be worked out. I think that also I'd like to see the noise protocol available to folks. So if there's some last minute claims by the people at Padero that they in fact do fall within that, that's fine. And then specifically as well, the Summerlin Cottages issue, I think it was a reasonable request. I understand where Caltrans is, as you know, it's a big, long process, and we're in a process now with bids going out. But I didn't really hear that as there's a problem with the request itself. It's just that it's an inconvenience of timing. So I think there's a number of issues that could be, and as well, we don't quite have the answer to the question asked by Commissioner Farini, which is, okay, what is the cost under that cost-benefit analysis? If there's this extra week, then folks could get that number, but also could look at the cost-benefit analysis, follow the link, and see if they think it's satisfactory. So for all those reasons, I would like to move this 1 week. So my motion is that we continue this matter 1 week to our February 5 calendar.
Do we have a second?
I was wondering, before we second that and move on, should we continue with the deliberations to make sure the list is complete of what we are looking for of staff and Caltrans? But so I would second it contingent upon, right?
I concur. Why don't we, okay, so we have a motion and a second to continue the item for 1 week. I'm getting the look from Mr. Wilson. Is that okay? Okay. And let's continue the deliberation, so if there's anything else we need to pick up for next week.
So Chair Briley, Commissioners, just one thing to consider, if there's, depending on the number of requests, staff would like the Commission to consider the request for information to bring back and the time it would take to bring that information back. And so if the requests mount, then a week may not be sufficient time for staff to be able to research that information and get it docketed so the planning commissioners have enough time to review it before the next hearing. So we just ask for some consideration on the length of time needed for staff to prepare that information and bring it back.
Good point. Does the motion maker agree to that flexibility?
Yes, I think whatever is reasonable, and what is reasonable will be determined by what my fellow commissioners have to say and points they want to bring up, and of course what our staff, but also Caltrans, what they think is reasonable for a continuance. I do not want to derail the project and make for a long and pointless continuance, but if there's something that's reasonable that works for everyone, then we should do that. I'm not wedded to a week.
Okay, so let's just hammer out what the items are that we're asking staff to return with. It was the question that Mr. Farini posed about the cost-benefit data, and then there was the information about the noise analysis. I'm not exactly sure. And then there was a hope that Caltrans could respond more conclusively about the timing of the sound wall at the park between the two phases. Was that part of it? Can you think of anything else, Commissioner Cooney?
Commissioner 25.
Oh, and condition 25, yeah, the specific conditions wording on that.
You know, from my standpoint, I appreciate Commissioner Park noting that it is the first district, but this is something we're all going to use and benefit from, and I, like the rest of you, don't want to hold it up needlessly, but we've gotten a lot of input today, and to the extent there are questions outstanding on anybody's part, I think we ought to take the time necessary to get the answers. So I just expressed my view on no need to take further time for me for condition 25, but if we want more input from staff or from Caltrans, then that's fine. So I don't think there's anything else that hasn't been raised in today's hearing.
Okay, are there any other comments from the remainder of the commissioners? Mr. Blau, anything up there?
Yes, I do. We heard from the Caltrans rep that it may not be a cost-benefit analysis. Her testimony was that there is a laundry list of things, or checklist, I think she put it, of items they go through to determine whether a wall could be in there. I need to see that checklist. I mean, the problem is it just doesn't seem to be logical to me that you've got sound walls at other places and not one on the beach club. And I think it's if it's true that they can't get federal funding, or this jeopardizes federal funding, that's fine. But you know what? I need you to prove it to me so that when I see people from that community or the people that testified today, I think they're entitled to an answer. I don't think they've had an answer yet or sufficient information to prove to them that the wall is not feasible. I also think that I also would like to see them move the timing on the Summerlin Cottage wall. It sounds like it's not impossible to do, it's just a little inconvenient. Well, I don't care about a little inconvenience. I mean, we're talking about two public agencies, or three, state, the Fed, the county. I mean, it's not like we've got some private developer out here we're going to harm by creating or moving this project around and creating all kinds of hardships. These are public agencies. They're there to provide benefit to the public. I'd like to see the Summerlin Cottage moved, if that's possible, and I'd like to see the federal checklist that you have to go through and prove to me why we can't put that sound wall as part of the condition. Having said all that, I'm going to take my leave from the first district. So I would be willing to approve it today if Commissioner Cooney would so inclined, but I don't think he is, and I don't think it's appropriate. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Okay, so I think, does staff have clarity on what we're hoping to hear back? And can you confirm when that could happen?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think based on what we've heard, your requested information, we can be ready to return next week.
Very good.
At the meeting next week.
Okay, so as we had the motion and second,
But also, does that work for Caltrans?
Yeah, I was just going to ask if Caltrans can meet that schedule or whether they need more time.
We just, Fred Luna, we just met with your staff, and we indicated that the three things that are being asked for, we can provide to them by the end of the week so that you can meet that schedule.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So
Chair Bradley.
Yes.
I see there's members of the public that have their hands up. If you could explain.
Yeah, right. So we've closed the public comment, and we really haven't introduced any new information. I'm not sure what you want to do. Just come on up and be quick.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is
Madam
not a
Chair.
reopening of public comment, by the way,
Thank you.
yeah.
I just wanted to make a suggestion that might be helpful to you. I've done extensive work on the sound analysis. I've been through the federal protocol. I've recreated the model for the Summerland Cottages sound wall. The EIR recommended against it. I helped get that recommendation overturned. So with regard to the other sound wall that's proposed, it may well be that the original sound analysis is no longer valid. Since that sound analysis was done, the proposal now includes a median wall, and it also includes a wall across the other side of the freeway. What sound walls do is bounce noise someplace else. And
Thank you, Mr. Howie, but honestly, that's going back into public comment, and we appreciate your willingness to.
I was going to suggest a solution. Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. I was going to suggest a solution that you might ask Caltrans to redo the sound study and build a sound wall, which, in my opinion, might end up south of the railway line and therefore separate from the.
I understand. Thank you. That's actually not part of our list, asking for clarity with staff unless I hear otherwise.
Well, no, I think it sort of is, in that I asked for circulation of the noise protocol that was shown there, and that describes the factors that Commissioner Blau referred to. And of course, the logical reason for asking that is that gives people an opportunity to determine whether they want to further question the sound analysis. And so I would like to ask Mr. Howie to turn around and look 3 rows behind you and talk to Ms. Hoffman, impart to her your information, and that will allow her or others to come back next week, and if they feel there's something left to be done, they can ask for it. You know, I think you all understand that public hearing was closed, so that's really something you have to wait on.
Okay. Okay, so we have our hit list of items to bring back to us next week, and I guess I would ask for a roll call vote. No?
We do have a motion to continue.
Right. A vote.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
And Chair Bradley.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh, you know, I should have said that.
We haven't adjourned, so you can say
Just want to let the people in the room know that we're going to do a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:30.
At 1:35.
1:35. Sorry, we can't do it in less than an hour. Thank you.
Oh, really, man, huh?
Good afternoon, members of the public. Actually, we're going to reconvene our Planning Commission hearing now. And we're taking up our item number 3, which is a continuation of our cannabis ordinance deliberations. And I want to remind everyone in the public that if you could put a speaker slip in, that helps us. Also, that we did take a lot of great testimony last week, and therefore we closed the public comment period. So today's comments should really be focused on the new information provided by staff, which was essentially a summary of what we talked about last week. So we don't need to hear everything that heard last week, but always welcome to have you come to the podium. So with that, Mr. Chair, do you want to, Mr. Villalobos, I wish you were here. Why don't you read this into the record, I guess?
Thank you, Chair Bradley. This is a hearing. This hearing item is on the request of Planning and Development staff for the Planning Commission to consider and provide preliminary direction to staff on recommendations and strategies to mitigate the odor and other impacts of cannabis operations along the urban-rural boundary and conflicts with existing agricultural operations.
Thank you. So, staff, you have some information for us.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission. So at our last hearing, the Planning Commission gave us feedback. I'm glad we have Mr. Blau there. Thank you. Feedback on ideas for how the code might be updated to address some of the concerns that we've been hearing from the public and we heard at board hearings, and in response to the direction that the board gave us to work with the Commission. So essentially what our staff has done is gone back, and he has Dan Clemens got a presentation of the feedback that we thought we received, and we also have a matrix. We have a summary table that we can work from, and hopefully that will guide the discussion and make it easier for the Commission to give us clear direction on which options you're interested in us working on.
Okay.
With that, Mr. Clemens has a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Bradley, members of the Commission. So, just going to recap the items that we heard last week, as Ms. Plowman just said. And just to clarify, the documents that have been prepared for this hearing, it consists of this presentation, and then there's the separate table that was handed out, and that basically just summarizes everything you're going to see in this presentation. So my hope is that maybe you could use that as a tool when you're deliberating and you're going through questions on each of the items. So really quick, so this is a continuance from last week. We're going to review the requests, and then ultimately we just want to confirm your direction to us and effectively convey that to the board, or actually go ahead and start on the items depending on the items that you select today. So first, taking the odor control items that you discussed last week, there was a suggestion that we control odors at the property line of the lots on which cannabis sites are located. And in addition to that, there were comments to allow as much flexibility as possible in the types of technology that would be used to control odors, and then also consider making this a requirement of the business licensing ordinance. And as part of that conversation, there was discussion about fixed terms for some of the land use entitlements, that is the zoning permits. There's going to be more on that later on, but for this particular item, the thought was that there would be no fixed term for the land use entitlement. And we're anticipating that these changes would require amendments to the Land Use and Development Code, the Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance, as well as the Business Licensing Ordinance. And then, as you're going to hear throughout the day, P&D takes the lead on the zoning ordinance amendments, but the County Executive Office, on behalf of the Treasurer Tax Collector, would be responsible for any amendments to the Business Licensing Ordinance. Continuing on with odor control, there was also an idea to just prohibit outright all outdoor cultivation that is required indoors. This would warrant amendments to the Land Use and Development Code and Article 2 zoning ordinance, and P&D would be processing that. Also, there was a request to require the accessory processing activities that are odor generating and locate those entirely indoors, where a system that relies upon carbon filtration would be utilized to control the odors. What I would say with regard to this item is that some of the technologies, some of the systems that would be used, those would be under the jurisdiction of the Air Pollution Control District, so we would definitely want to at least coordinate with them on any changes to make sure that we would not run afoul of their rules and regulations. And ultimately, this would warrant amendments to, once again, the zoning ordinances, and we would take the lead on that. There was also a request to use, I'm using this in air quotes, adaptive management, or some sort of enhanced condition compliance monitoring to ensure that best available control technologies are used. This came up, Commissioner Park, you suggested this, and then Director Plowman followed up with some questions to try to clarify the intent. And there was discussion initially of adaptive management, but it kind of morphed into more the condition compliance monitoring along the lines of what was applied to the G&K project that your commission considered on appeal and ultimately was approved at the board. Depending on how far we go with this, there might be amendments required in the LUDC in Article 2. And I say might be needed because there's already a certain amount of discretion afforded to the planning director in determining what's appropriate odor control methods and technologies to be used. So provided that we stay within that range of discretion, we would not need to amend the ordinance. But if we feel like we have to change that to afford her certain discretion that does not currently exist, then we would have to amend the ordinances. So. All right, there was also a request to consider requiring odor control for legal non-conforming operators. This would likely affect the LUDC Article 2 and the Article 10 zoning ordinance, which I explained at the last hearing, governs the legal non-conforming medicinal operations in the county, and we would be responsible for all of those amendments. And then also there was a suggestion that we explore whether or not there is an objective way to measure odors and detect their source. This would not require any amendments to the ordinance. This would be a research project, and we'd be more than happy to do that research for you. All right, continue with odor control. There's also a suggestion to consider the recommendations that you provided at that hearing, and then also work with the CEO to utilize the business license ordinance to further control odors. And then there was a request from Commissioner Freeney to invite somebody from the County Executive Office to a PC hearing to discuss this. What I'll say with regard to this item is there's conversation that has already occurred at times in the past. For example, when the board was considering odor control measures and how to further control the legal non-conforming operators, there were a number of suggestions and ideas offered, which both P&D staff and the CEO considered. So there might be amendments needed to the business licensing ordinance depending on what is the outcome of this discussion. But once again, ultimately that would be processed by the County Executive Office on behalf of the Treasurer Tax Collector. So you can make that recommendation to the board and they would be responsible for implementing that provided the board agrees with that recommendation. Okay, changing from odor control now to permitting requirements. There was a suggestion to just require a CUP for all cannabis projects, and this would definitely require an amendment to the LUDC in Article 2. There was also a suggestion to consider establishing some sort of long-term permit for activities that use the closed or carbon filtration systems, but then a more limited term for permits for cannabis activities that do not rely upon such systems to control odors. And once again, this is where we saw the proposal to consider using adaptive management techniques, if I could speak right now, in order to improve the odor control. And then this would require amendments to the LUDC and Article 2, and we would be responsible for that. Another idea that was offered was to create an overlay in which cannabis activities would require a land use permit or a coastal development permit, depending on their location in the inland or coastal areas. And the idea was that that overlay would be situated such that it'd be in a location where it accommodates cannabis activities. That's why you would have the lower level permit of an LUP or CDP. And then outside of those areas where it can be found that cannabis activities are not appropriate or may not be appropriate, in those areas require a conditional use permit for the cannabis activities. If we're creating an entirely new zoning overlay, this would warrant amendments to our general plan land use element and as well as our land use maps, because we'd have to create this and add them to there. And then also, these would have to be added to the zoning ordinances as well. I think Ms. Plowman has something to say.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, another way to skin this cat is having buffer areas where within certain distances of urban areas, it's a CUP, and then if you get further out, it's a LUP or CDP, if you will. So that's just the other side of the coin, I guess, from the concept of an overlay. And that would not require an amendment to the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Some other requests that were made at the hearing last week. One consisted of investigating whether the GHGs that were produced by boilers, that was the specific equipment that was identified, but then this could be expanded to other greenhouse equipment, and how to investigate methods for capturing those GHGs, sequestering them, and possibly using them for the cultivation activities. And the suggestion was that we consider tools besides the zoning ordinances or the permits to possibly achieve this. It's kind of unknown what would be required as a result of this because we need to do additional research. Once again, this would also involve equipment that likely falls under the purview of the APCD's authority. So we'd want to chat with them about whether or not this is feasible, and if so, how that could occur. And then, provided that amendments are required to the zoning ordinances, we would take the lead on those zoning ordinance amendments. All right, and this one, this was another, I'd say, request, and this had to do with the manner in which the planners review cannabis permit applications and confirming that all development on a site is legal prior to issuing, or I should say approving a permit for cannabis activities. This is a requirement of the zoning ordinances. We're not supposed to be issuing a permit for development if an existing violation exists on the property, unless the permit is required in order to abate the violation. So this one would be a tricky one for us, I gotta say. It would definitely require some amendments to the zoning ordinances. Definitely the Land Use and Development Code in Article 2, and possibly Article 10, depending on how this is drafted. So this one would take some work and consideration on our parts to implement. Excuse me. And then there was another request just for more information generally about Article 10 and how we could further regulate legal nonconforming activities. This was not a specific request. Some requests were already made which specifically apply to Article 10. So depending on your discussion today and where you go with this, we may identify additional amendments, and we would take the lead on those. And then finally, there were some general comments about the cannabis industry and what we should be doing. And first, there was a request to have the county fund a terpene study. Clearly, this doesn't require amendments to our zoning ordinances. As you heard last week, the Agricultural Commissioner is considering such studies. We'll see whether or not they can make that happen. But this would likely require board authorization because I'm pretty sure Ms. Fisher does not have the funding for such a study in her budget currently. And then finally, there was a general statement about the current concerns about permit processing times and how the recommendations and requests that I just summarized for you would affect those processing times, that is, elongate them. So, yeah, so that's just there for your consideration. So that summarizes what I believe were all of the comments and direction that we received last week. So our recommended actions remain the same. They're summarized on the screen. And just let me know how you would like me to manage or work with you as you deliberate, and I'll help you out as much as I can to get clear direction. And it looks like Ms. Plowman has something to say. Oh, sure. And if you like, I could put that table up on the screen if that helps your deliberations, or really looking to you to see how you'd like to conduct it.
You can toggle between that and the PowerPoint.
Okay. And that concludes my presentation. Be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Park.
I think that all of these recommendations will bear further discussion, and I'm sure that all the different planning commissioners have their favorite ones to talk about, and we'll go through them. But I have a couple of preliminary things. On the fourth item in odor control, I want to make a correction, so to speak, but you got to get there first. Blow that up a little bit, and you got the right one, it's just nobody can see it. Okay. This one's near and dear to my heart because it came from me. And the correction I want to make is that this is not just odor control. It's not even primarily odor control. I'll explain something there. I think odor control is a major, major issue. I absolutely sympathize. Everybody wants to talk about it. I think we need to talk about it. There's a lot to do on it. I actually think there's a bigger issue, and the bigger issue is agricultural incompatibility, okay? Is cannabis growing in the inland areas going to drive out other forms of agriculture and limit it? I think that's actually even a bigger problem that's less capable of resolution. And so to put this under odor control, it's not the right category. And when we get to an example of enhanced condition compliance, it's not just compliance. Compliance is often odor control. You know, are they complying with the ordinance and doing this and that? This is truly adaptive management where you look at, okay, how is this faring so far? The conditions working? And if not, we're going to take a second look at how to revise the conditions. So a better example than G&K here, because G&K was compliance with odor, was actually Busy Bee. Because if you look at the Busy Bee conditions of approval, it referred to taking a second look and seeing how things are faring on odor, but also agricultural compatibility. Okay, so that's a correction I want to make, that we're dealing with more than odor. Really, we're dealing with an issue I think is bigger than odor. So that's one thing. And by the way, with regard to the need for ordinance amendment, I heard from some circles, and some were self-interested, that the Planning Commission perhaps went beyond its authority to impose that Busy Bee condition. I don't believe that's true, but I heard that from some folks. So if we like this idea, then we're probably better doing it in an ordinance than just in a condition. So that's one reason for that. Now, my other preliminary thing, and this will be more of a question for you, Mr. Clement. Again, a little bit of a preface. The two things I hear about all the time, and I hear about them from people who are packing a lot of emotion behind their comments. Why don't you do something about those legal non-conforming growers in Carpinteria that don't have odor control yet? Okay, that's one thing I hear. And then the other thing I hear is, how come on Santa Rosa Road and other places there are huge cannabis operations that are expanding willy-nilly, okay, with hoop houses and so forth, and they don't have permits yet, and how can it be that they can get away with that? So those are the two things I'd like to control the most, but taking them one at a time, requiring odor control for legal non-conforming operators. That's something our board voted 5-0 in September of 2019 for us to do something about right away. They want it. Our citizens want it. The better operators all want it. The Carpinteria Growers Association all wants it. Presumably we want it. So here's the question. Can we do something about that right away? You know, get a recommendation to the board right away on that item, which they sent to us and said they all wanted it, in advance of us working through a package on everything else, which will take some time. I was at the board meeting yesterday, and I heard you, Ms. Plowman, say that it might be a matter of months before a package comes from us to the board. I don't want it to take that long for this item, the legal nonconforming and odor control. So that's a question for you. Is there a way we can separate that out from the other package and get it back to the board?
Chair Bridley, Commissioner Park, I got to start from the kind of 50,000 foot level to kind of set the stage, because this is a very complicated aspect of zoning regulations. That is legal nonconforming situations. First off, they're very fact-based sort of situations. You've got to do your research as to how a certain use or development was established, because there's always some interesting nuances to each one of these cases where you got to just be very careful to generalize about just how you can approach and manage these things. So with that said, the ordinance is set up such that legal nonconforming uses or development may continue, provided effectively they don't change. And the legal nonconforming regulations are designed to make legal nonconforming development over time actually go away. And it's a question of making sure that those who are in a legal nonconforming situation can continue to operate. They get their investment back to expectations. We don't cut them off too short. So you've got to make sure that they have the ability to continue to operate at least for a certain duration. And when we were developing these regulations, that was one of the big questions we had to answer for the medical operators was, given that they were established, the county acknowledged that they were in existence when they established the legal nonconforming status for their operations. So how are we going to integrate them into the new regulatory regime? So the way the regulations, not in Article 10, but in the zoning ordinance Article 2 and Land Use and Development Code are written, they're such that if you change your non-conforming operation beyond a certain threshold amount, and I'll get to that in a sec, then what you will do, you have the possibility of losing your legal non-conforming status. You can no longer operate in the manner that you have in the past, which is not compliant with the current zoning regulations. So particularly in the coastal zone, where there is a very broad, inclusive definition of development, it's very easy to lose your non-conforming status if you go ahead and we issue a permit to develop on your property, which changes an aspect of the legal non-conforming status. So if you install, for example, odor control systems in the coastal zone, that is development. That requires a coastal development permit. So if we were to issue that coastal development permit to allow them to install that odor control system, they've thereby changed their operation. They've lost their legal nonconforming status. They can no longer operate under that legal nonconforming status. So what we found when we considered this before with the CEO is if somebody's at the point where we feel confident we can issue a CDP for odor control, or if it's getting to that point, really what should be occurring is that's really what's supposed to happen for the issuance of their permit for their overall operation. You can't piecemeal the sucker and just pull out odor control and say, I can give you the odor control, but you don't lose your legal nonconforming status. It doesn't work that way. So the thought was, if you're at that point in the process, go ahead and pull the CDP to go ahead for the full operation. And you don't get in this situation where we're issuing permits for development where we're not supposed to be doing so pursuant to the zoning regulations and consequently violating the Coastal Act. So it's been very challenging for us because we know that there is the desire to install the odor control systems to start addressing that adverse effect of cannabis. But we cannot do so. We cannot allow development which is in violation of the code. It's going to compromise their legal nonconforming status, and thereby we'd be issuing the permit in error. So it's been this very challenging kind of catch-22 for us with the odor control.
Well, then let me ask you a follow-up question. I could not recite as well as you just did the zoning issues, but I understand them, and you recited them very well. But you know, last week I went beyond zoning. I went beyond permitting.
Thank you.
Okay, and you know, you could have a legal non-conforming house in an area. It might be legal non-conforming because it fails for setbacks or it violates floor area ratios in Montecito or something. But under your police power for public health and safety, you can require every house, including a legal non-conforming house under the zoning code, to have a fire alarm, a smoke alarm, okay? And that's using a different form of authority than the zoning authority. So the question I posed last week, and I posed again today, can we use that broader authority of the county to require the odor control system without getting locked into this endless loop of problems on zoning, which I do understand?
So Chair Bradley, Commissioner Park, we have investigated that. And there's, once again, there are limitations. And the example you gave, I'd actually say in that situation, actually the building code would come into play, not the zoning ordinance. I should say that the board has already considered alternative methods to deal with odors. So for example, they have authorized county council to investigate whether or not they could use nuisance law to investigate whether or not they could file a nuisance claim against the legal non-conforming operators. And that is another tool that could be used, but you're very limited in this situation.
Nuisance law is, because I've filed nuisance cases, that's common law, and there's some statutes in the civil code, and that's not the same as enacting a new ordinance with your police power to regulate public health and safety, which goes beyond zoning, it goes beyond common law. And I just need a straight answer if somebody said to do that. It boggles my mind that the board would have voted, the Board of Supervisors, of course I'm referring to, would have voted in September of 2019, 5 months ago, to do just this, require those legal nonconformings to have odor control, okay? If the board had already investigated this and felt that you couldn't legally do it, why would they have voted 5-0 to tell us to get them an ordinance toot sweet right away in Louisiana to get this done?
So I think, Chair,
it's interesting, just to illuminate the issue a little bit. I asked a grower today, what's it cost to put in a system? Plus or minus 50 grand, not very much. And then there's another 12,000 for the supplies and so forth. So let's take, we know we've got 5 or 6 growers out there that don't have the system. And it's going to cost them about 60 grand a piece. That $360,000 could go in an enormously long way for solving a lot of problems for this planning commission on how to resolve these permits, and go an incredibly long way to resolving the anxieties, fears, and concerns of everybody who lives in Carpinteria about the odor they're experiencing. We just got to have to come to an answer. And I'm thinking that concern about how the zoning law works for this is not a good enough answer.
Well, Chair Bradley and Commissioner Park, I think what you stated about how that vote came about was very important, because the board didn't have the benefit of exhaustive legal advice or any sort of input from us on that specific suggestion before they took that vote. And when we considered it after we took the vote, we did follow up with the board, and there were some serious problems with that proposal. So we could continue to investigate it. However, what I will share, and I'm kind of being elusive here because this involves legal advice that I can't be sharing. So,
and that's why I'm looking for information from county council, not just you.
But what I'm trying to share is that that has been thoroughly vetted, and there are some problems with that.
So, Chair and Commissioners.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on Commissioner Park's comment. So my question for Mr. Clemens would be, why could you not, as a part of the ordinance, simply make the statement that odor control is exempt as a development? It seems to me it's pretty simple. We're sitting here, we're thinking that odor control is future development, but it doesn't say so in the code, just making that assumption. Well, let's just state in the code that taking an existing operation, non-conforming, whatever, and adding an odor control is not considered development.
Chair Bradley.
So it doesn't lose its status.
Chair Bradley, Commissioner Blau, a couple things to respond to there. So first off, the definition of development, particularly in the coastal zone, comes from the Coastal Act itself. We cannot amend that. It's broad and inclusive, and it does include developments such as odor control systems. So we can't amend the Coastal Act, so we're kind of preempted, at least with regard to the coastal zone. In the Land Use and Development Code, you aren't subject to that broad definition of development that's in the Coastal Act. However, I would say that that would be treating that one particular type of development differently from all similar types of development that do not involve cannabis activities, and we would definitely be doing a carve-out just specifically for that sort of development. And I don't see how we could do that and treat them similarly or in the same fashion as we do all of the forms of structural development. But I see Ms. Plowman may have something to add to this as well. It requires a permit, so.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, and Commissioner Blau, I'm trying to download a document, so pardon me if I restate what Mr. Clement has said, but when you install that odor control, you need a building permit to be able to do it, which is building and safety and the building code. So it's not so much our zoning ordinance, there's still a permit that's got to be issued for the installation of it. So I understand your frustration, and I think the board feels the same frustration, and I think we all feel the same frustration that we seem to have our hands tied about trying to address a pretty significant problem. And I know in conversations with some of the growers in Carpinteria, the ones that have actually installed odor systems, they experience the same frustration. So I don't know if County Council wants to provide any more feedback on it, but we don't have an answer for you today.
Can I throw in yet another iteration or maybe a wrinkle in the same concept? So the state was busy, and actually the county's busy doing provisional licenses. I mean, if someone comes in, I understand the shackles we're in with you can't issue a permit if it's non-compliant and it hasn't gone through the full LUP process, right? But just like with growth control things, you come in for an allocation to begin the process, like in the city of Santa Barbara, right? Couldn't there be a provisional clearance for odor for you to begin the process, and could that be a workaround in the ordinance in terms of it not being development because it's just a precursor to starting the permitting process? And also, we're talking about definitions of development in the county code. I know the Coastal Act is very, very restrictive, but if this is not a permanently authorized improvement, it's really just to allow them to begin the process. Could that be a workaround?
Madam Chair, I can't answer the question on the fly.
Sure.
I would have to do the research, but I get to, you still have to issue a building permit, even if you don't issue a land use permit
But
for
we
it.
have temporary certificates of occupancy on occasion. I just feel like we have to look outside the box in this situation. And so, throw it over there and see if there's anything that could come out of it.
I can commit to looking into it.
That's all.
Yeah.
I didn't understand, okay, if you have to get a building permit, why is that the answer to the question? Why does that prevent doing something?
Because once you issue a permit for that site and there's the nonconformities on it, then the non-conforming status is potentially in jeopardy, in that it could basically, by issuing that building permit, we could essentially buy the farm, if you will, with all those non-conforming pieces on it that really should be corrected, so that it would validate those other structures that they've been illegally constructed.
Well, follow through an example with me. I know, for example, that all business operations, and it would include those, had to go to all-gender bathrooms a couple of years ago, okay? If you had so many employees and this and that, all right? And that had nothing to do with whether they were legal non-conforming or not. You just had to do it. And presumably some of those things did require some building permits. And probably the same thing with being ADA compliant or other kind of compliant things. They were these were laws that were enacted by the legislature of this state or by this county under their police power to regulate health and safety, and they said you got to do it now. Then it was done now, and some of those things would have required a building permit, but it didn't somehow change the legal non-conforming status of things. I mean, I kind of get your point, but it seems like a very, very cautious conservative argument to be concerned that any building permit whatsoever is going to somehow grant these people freedom from their legal non-conforming status. I'm braver than that. Hope you all are too.
Yeah, I just got to share, Chair Bradley, Commissioner Park, I have seen some fairly ridiculous estoppel arguments, not in a cannabis context, but in others where we've lost basically because people have come back and have demonstrated how the county has authorized development on a particular piece of property when there is some sort of either non-conforming or violation on the property. And what happened was they come back and they provide a very sophisticated argument as to how clearly the county would have been aware of the non-conforming aspect or the violation on the property when we issued a permit which has nothing to do with the non-conformity, and they won on an estoppel argument. So it is something to be taken seriously. And
Okay,
we
but
can't get burned on it.
Yeah, I mean, I totally appreciate that. However, you know, we're charged here with trying to tweak this ordinance to make it work. The primary thing that we're hearing is odor control. So whether it's a temporary building permit for odor control and you know, there's something explicit on the bottom of just that permit that says this does not authorize or condone any other activity on the property or something like that, or you make the applicant sign, you know, an indemnity clause just for that. If you can look into it, because we really have to look outside the box of typical zoning law, I feel like. And Commissioner Park's argument about that, I'm like, of course, their parking impacts, I mean, their parking requirements weren't brought up to code. Their doorway threshold wasn't brought up to code when they had to do the conversion to, you know, ADA compliant stuff. So, you know, maybe it's because I haven't sat in the meetings that you have, but that would be great if we hear back. And, Saved by the Bell, Commissioner Cooney.
Commissioner Freeman
I'm
beat me
sorry.
to it, so I just...
Commissioner Freeney first, then Mr. Cooney.
It's okay, I'm used to it. I'm from the north. I get it.
So far away from you. I knew.
County council tried to speak a couple times, and we kind of cut her off. I'd like to hear what she did have to say, and then I have one more scenario to add to this difficult task.
So, Chair and Commissioners, I was just going to note that at this point in time, we're at a workshop, and the Commission has broad discretion in terms of what recommendations you'll provide both to staff and to the Board of Supervisors. So it's well within your purview to recommend some sort of odor control, and whatever recommendations you provide, our office will work with staff to try to implement something that's the most legally defensible. Obviously, there are sufficient risks with any route that we go, but we will definitely work to provide something that's the most legally defensible option for the county based on the direction we receive from your commission.
Okay, so Commissioner Freeney, continue on.
Well, I'm a little disappointed in that. I thought you would have the
Silver
the
bullet.
solution. Okay, and Mr. Clemens, you're being very patient here. If you would go one more here. So I have an old farmhouse, and the septic system needs to be renewed, and there's new stuff that you have to do. But it's an old legal non-conforming farmhouse. So before I can get my permit to fix my septic system, I have to bring my whole house, and I'm now exempt. Or is that, I don't know.
Yeah, Chair Briley, Commissioner Freeney, you gotta give me a different example, because in that situation, the septic system, it's under the environmental health division's
No, and that's good, and that's what I was looking for. Thank you for saying that. And I think this is an environmental health thing. This thing is bothering people. And I think what Commissioner Park was looking for is a different avenue, perhaps not zoning and planning and development, but who else could take this up for us? And if maybe it's environmental health, maybe it's APCD, and maybe it's not us on this one to get that little thing done so we can move on with the rest of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney and Commissioner Cooney.
Well, it's always instructive to listen to my fellow commissioners trying and climb an impossible wall. But, I was kind of where Mr. Clement has repeatedly tried to go in the beginning. I think the board has shared our concern. They've heard from the public about odor control. I don't think if we were to recommend that they adopt strident measures to prevent or minimize violations of the ordinance that we already know exist, that they wouldn't impose that immediately. But they've been battling with this for months and months, and I'm not sure we can do more than to indicate that we support any efforts that can be taken legally to try and mitigate, moderate the out of control odor nuisance existing, certainly in the coastal zone in Carpinteria, and then turn our attention to some specific steps that we think would be helpful, at least not negative, in terms of solving the problem. But if we only say we think it's a clear and present danger of causing distress and perhaps physical damage to people who periodically or continually are exposed to the odor of the cannabis or the odor of the attempts to correct the odor of cannabis, we think that needs to be done. That's the greatest problem. I think we should say that. It is our purview to recommend that the board amend the ordinance or look throughout its arsenal of potential regulation and come up with a solution. But if we're going to sit here and argue with staff about trying to do something specific today in terms of how that gets done, I think it's not the best use of our time. We're not going to get to any of the other recommendations that we have on the list. Personal view.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. And I just, for one, I'm still learning, so I'm probably bringing up the questions from wide-eyed and still trying to get my hands around all of it. And as soon as I think I understand one thing, I'm asking for clarification. So I appreciate that. And hopefully we're not being seen as being argumentative, but thinking outside the box, because since it was here for us to consider, as my understanding has it, as a ordinance amendment, issues just keep on popping up. So, odor control.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Blau, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, following on what County Council has just explained to us, I'm not buying the argument that development occurs when you pull a building permit. I think Mr. Freeney offered a good example with ADA compliance. I'll give you another one. I got to replace my water heater. Requires a building permit. That's not necessarily development. And if I put a 50-gallon hot water heater to replace my 30-gallon hot water heater, is that development? Because I increase the size of the water heater? It's getting to be kind of silly. So I agree that what we should be doing is sending off recommendation to the board and let county council analyze the recommendation we want to put forward. And if they tell the board that they can't do that for the various reasons, let them wrestle with it. But I'm comfortable with the fact that we should say to the board, we need to have an odor control amendment to the ordinance. And by the way, I want to see us do that today, not 6 months from now. I don't know why we can't bifurcate the list of things that are in this chart. So where the ones that were absolutely agreeable ones, the ones that are the biggest problem, that are, in my view, the simplest to solve, do that now. Get it to the board, make that the amendment to the ordinance. Doesn't mean you can't make a further amendment 3 months or 6 months down the road, but this one can happen right away. And that's what I plan on doing today as far as making a motion if we get to that point, is to bifurcate that and have staff come back with a modification of the ordinance that controls the odor or requires it to be controlled. And I don't care if it's, the greenhouse or wherever it's going to be, just anywhere in the county, you've got to control the odor at your property lines. The exemption to that would obviously be, the 10 acres in the middle of a 2,000-acre farm where there is no odor that goes anywhere other than their own farm. But again, even that one, it doesn't go past the property line, so it probably applies anyway. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. And I just want to share one perspective. When we were kind of coming to these conclusions last week, and Commissioner Blau rightly suggested that we peel off odor control as something to accelerate in this effort of ordinance amendments, I hesitated. I said, I'm not sure I would go along with that just because I don't want it to be a constant workload item for staff. And I also don't know, but I'm completely open to, I actually agree with everyone on the commission that is the highest concern that we're hearing right now. So if there is a way to research it and peel that off, but I'd like to hear from staff about, and maybe this is a report back, what does that look like? I mean, does that mean that you run off and you come up with some ordinance text that looks like it meets what our request is, and then you take that to the board while we continue on with the other issues? Because there are still remaining issues on this ordinance, right? Do you want to wait to respond to that, or is there any feedback?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, that's exactly what it would look like. We would
Okay.
have to carve this out, spend time doing that, put this on hold temporarily. I mean, we could be moving it along, but, there's effort in taking something to the board. So I wanted to take a minute to reflect on Commissioner Cooney's comments, because I think everybody takes this as seriously as the Planning Commission does. And the board, most of all, takes it this seriously. And so there's a lot of effort being made at that level trying to solve this problem. So this isn't new information, and it would not be a new effort. It's already happening, and we're researching it. We're looking at all the avenues to try and bring it under control. Now that I'm sharing that information for the commission to consider as they're deliberating, if the commission says, no, I want you guys to try and draft something that you could take to the board that makes it more clear, then that's what the department will do. But it will postpone some of the other work that we're working on that I think is important too. So it's just something for you to think about as you're deliberating today and providing direction to the department.
So I'm going to make a suggestion to my other commissioners. Let's get through some of these other topics because there are more, and then let's make sure we return to that before we finish today and take a straw vote, if that's how we want to proceed. Maybe that's a way to make a progress on priorities for you.
Right, and Madam Chair, members of the commission, it has impacts to the other long-range planning workload too. Right. So those are the things you have to factor in. Not that that's should be the guiding force, but it's just something you need to know about as you're giving us direction.
Thank you. Commissioner Park.
I'm a little confused about something, though. It appears to me, from my own analysis, but also from the comments I heard from County Council, this isn't necessarily P&D drawing up zoning regulations. This is really outside the kinds of things that P&D does. This is looking more at environmental health or some other thing. And so I would suspect that the ordinance can be drawn up by county council, or at least county council would be picking what purview it goes into. So I'm not convinced that it's going to be long-range planning of P&D that prepares this particular carve-out ordinance I'm talking about, and that it would mean that we would have to suspend other good things that P&D does.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to respond or just, I think you understand the odor control is obviously a clear and present concern, and maybe we can just continue going through these and return to that to see if we have a straw vote for making, 100% peel that off, if that makes any sense. Okay. Do we have, actually, this is kind of a splinter related to that. So I had a wonderful training session with Barney Malekian on Monday to understand how his office approaches enforcement, and I'm still learning about it, but it seems to me that there's value if Mr. Malekian comes to us and explains what his office does in terms of these odor control complaints, but secondly, just and maybe this is, it's probably in another one, but it's the provisional licenses. Some of them are due to expire, and if they have, and there's confusion in the public, I think, that when they look on the website, it says waiting for information from the applicant. Well, we know here that could be, they had to go out and certify a septic system, and that could take 8 months. It's not that they're all dragging their feet, but some of them are dragging their feet. So it seems, when I talk to many people about this, I'm wondering if there's anything we can do on the provisional licenses that are out there that are not making good progress legitimately, that perhaps, had bogus affidavits or whatever, and say, you're out of the system now, especially when we look at the number of cases coming down the pike that are in process, that have actually filed the fees and are trying to work with staff. And actually, frankly, I don't even know where those legal nonconforming things are. How many legal nonconforming grows are out there that haven't started the process? Do we have a number for that?
Madam Chair, all of them have submitted for permits. They were required to.
Okay.
So there's a couple of questions in there, and if I can sort of tease them apart. One is having Mr. Malekian come to the Planning Commission and provide information about what the CEO's office is doing and how they are involved with enforcement and what they're doing with affidavits, and this discussion about non-conforming uses that were once medical and will now be turning to commercial. I've spoken with him, and he's more than willing to come. We could schedule a time on the agenda to have him talk about his involvement in the process and how we're working together. So I think that's an easy thing to do. With respect to permits and where people might perceive an applicant dragging its feet, or their feet, I should say. And so what we have a practice of doing is if something languishes for an extended period of time, we send the letters out to say we're closing the case.
That's 6 months? What?
No, it's 90 days.
Okay.
It's 90 days. And so we've already been sending those letters out. So we have an interest in purging people out of the system that aren't really going to go ahead and pursue the permit. There's a belief that maybe there's applicants in there that don't believe they can ever actually get a business license or get a permit, but they're extending their life. I don't know if that's true or not, but if there is inactivity, we are marking that, and we are sending letters, and we're telling them that you've got to remain active or we're going to kick you out of the permit process, which would then put them at the end of the line, right, for any business, allocation in terms of a business license. Now that we have the cap, it's a meaningful step to take, and the other thing we're going to be doing is instead of having, as we're working towards this, we're coming up with this work management program. But one of the things is you're going to have to be submitting all the things that we ask for in our letter, not onesies and twosies, to be able to move forward, for us to give another 30-day analysis is what the direction we're seeking, so we can get people moving, right?
Do you have an estimate of how many people are in that 90-day case closure bucket?
Madam Chair, it's my belief that once we sent those letters out, everybody responded.
Okay.
And started moving things along.
Okay.
Yeah, there may be one or two, but I don't know of any that we haven't closed any, to my knowledge. So it prompted people to start moving their applications along. And I think you're right, there's lots of applicants out there that have complicated situations, and it takes a while for them to get their applications together and respond to all of the requests that the department has provided. So many of them are working very diligently to achieve a permit.
So, and maybe it's just because I'm new to the topic, but between talking to a lot of members of the public and even Mr. Malekian, it was, hey, they had an affidavit, they had a legal non-conforming grow, they're in our registry, and they're under greenhouses, so we don't know whether they're still doing, 5,000 square feet or 15,000 square feet in there. I mean, even Mr. Malekian said, this, if it was all outdoor grows and I could look on Google Earth, it would be easy, but there might be some concerns about that. And so if there's intensification going on in the provisional licenses and the legal non-conforming grows, that's not fair to the community. And a lot of people in the public are saying that's probably why it's getting so much worse, right? People are just growing it without having the permit. And I keep on saying, but the county will do a better job of monitoring that and actually improving it once they're in the permit system or they have a permit issued. And they said, yeah, but if there's no incentive for them to complete the permit process if there's no, negative consequence for them to just add more greenhouse racks.
Madam Chair, I think that's actually not the topic we're discussing today, but it's related. I think that's a more appropriate discussion when Mr. Malekian comes, because I can't answer the questions about what's going to happen with the affidavit and verification of it, because the board gave direction at one time that said they're not verifying. Whether or not that's going to change, I don't know. But I think today, let's try and focus on the recommendations for the code, and then we can have a broader discussion when we can get that agendized.
Okay, got it. Okay, so let's continue moving down Ms. Plowman's chart here. It looks like we're on the accessory processing to be located in closed carbon filtration system. Is this all in the odor control bucket, or do we want to talk about this separately? I'm asking my commissioners.
It's a suggestion I made. I think it's primarily odor control. May have some safety components as well, I'm not sure. But it's just simply that there are things that one does aside from cultivation, and they're generally done indoors and in smaller spaces, and it's possible to do active carbon filtration, and there are actually growers that do that right now that have the Byers system for their overall operation, and they have carbon filtration for their processing rooms. So it just seems to me that this is logical to require everyone to do it.
Well, I certainly concur with that. Are there any other thoughts from the commissioners?
Well, I agree with that. We've heard testimony last week, I believe, that processing is a particularly sensitive time for the cannabis industry, and that processing can cause a lot more odor than simply growing indoors or out. So we've had one project presented to us at least where processing was proposed on site, and others that are trying to do it off site. So that makes a difference maybe in which permits we grant, but I'd certainly support recommending that all processing be conducted indoors to eliminate that source of odor.
Commissioner Blau, did you concur with that?
I concur with that, except I don't like the word closed. That doesn't quite, I don't know if it needs to be sealed or
sure.
I mean, take a barn that's closed, but it's not, the doors are closed, the windows are closed, it's not sealed tight. But I agree that we just need a better definition of closed, and then I would agree.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Blau has a good point. Actually, these things by definition are not closed. I mean, they go through filtration, then they exhaust to the outside air. So it would be just technologically incorrect. There is another issue here aside just from odor. Remember, I don't know enough to know that these problems all exist. I just know enough to highlight them when other people complain about them. There are some folks that believe that there are worker health issues for being in an enclosed area where there's a concentration of odor. I don't know if that's a problem or not. I would hope that there were worker advocacy groups that would address that. But in any event, it goes somewhat beyond odor control when we're also talking about worker health.
If I could weigh in again, only because I know a little bit about this, having to build certain medical facilities. What you really want is you want a negative airflow. So what happens is the carbon filtration system, or however you do it, it sucks in fresh air through wherever you allow it to. So you have fresh air coming into the enclosed space, and before it gets exhausted, it mixes with the cannabis odor and gets scrubbed by the carbon filters, and then puts out. And I know that from doing, a dialysis building where you've got patients that have communicable diseases, and they got to come in and have their dialysis done, but you don't want them infecting the other patients. So you build a room and you build the HVAC system so that there's no air that exhausts for that room outside where other people are. It just exhausts outdoors. So it's the same thing here. You need to have fresh air come in, but before any air leaves that building, it's got to be scrubbed with carbon filters.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. I see Mr. Cooney, Commissioner Cooney was waiting, and then Commissioner Freeney. Thank you. Did you mean to?
I agree with Commissioner Blau. That's a good distinction to make.
Yeah, Commissioner Freeney?
So on the filtration of exhaust into the atmosphere, are we saying we're the technical advisor and it's only carbon, or it's best technology? I guess that's for you, Commissioner Blau.
Well, I would say carbon filters or other acceptable technology. But right now, I know of no other technology that actually does it. The virus system, I think, masks it, or in my understanding, the carbon filtration, it takes it out of the air. Puts on the carbon filters, and you wash them down later and change them out.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to get this one wrapped up with where we all agree on something and then move on to the next one. And then Commissioner Park was concerned about the workers inside, and that is controlled under Cal OSHA. And there's a complete, 4 or 5 chapters on what the employer, the operator, must do, and I don't think we want to get P&D involved in that side.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on. Let's tackle the adaptive management clause that Lisa has on the chart here. Ms. Plowman has on the chart, sorry. The concept of adaptive management is part of our conditions on the permits. Did you want to elaborate on that, Commissioner Park? Or
Chair Bradley, if I can interrupt real quick. Just a matter of record or procedure. Some of the conversations are excellent, and we just want to highlight, are we still in the staff questioning? And if we can just get through the chart and ask staff specific questions on the chart, would be great. I think there was a comment that there are some public comment speaker slips in there, so to get through the questionings of staff and then move into the deliberation. It sounds like some of the conversations we're having now is more on the deliberation side, and so it'd be good to kind of wrap that up and then get public comment and then
thank
go
you
into
so much for
deliberation.
that reminder. And I'm happy to, what is the pleasure of the commission? I think I'm past the Q&A will be part of our deliberation. So why don't we go to public comment if
I
you're
would go
okay
to
with
public
that?
comment right now. I would do that.
Okay. And I really apologize to the
if I
public.
could-
This is not our normal route. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I am some concerned about that. You actually have closed this public hearing before, so we were supposed to come back and have deliberations. So we're back to maybe not doing that or doing it backwards. I really don't want to take public comment right at the moment. I'd rather we go through the rest of this list and see if you can't get a straw vote on how we're going to send this forward. And once you do that, would be the appropriate time to have public comment, because then the public can comment on what we decided to do. To me, that makes more sense. I'd like the public to know what I'm thinking about doing or proposing, and if I'm wrong, they can tell me that. But to have them come up and just give other public testimony as a repeat of what we did last week, I don't find it very helpful. That's my thought.
Thank you. How does the rest of the commission want to proceed? This is not a...
I suggest we finish the list, but not go into
Okay.
20 minutes of discussion on each of them. We can just see if there's sentiment for moving any of these forward, and if there is, then turn to the public so they don't have to sit here till 5 o'clock.
Okay, good idea. So let's move on to the next item on the list, which is the adaptive management concept, enhanced condition compliance. Is there consensus to move forward with that?
The item suggests that we use the G&K permit that we participated in as a means of not only issuing the permit at the outset, but making sure that the conditions are adhered to. So if that's what adaptive management means and it makes sense to staff, I'm fine with that.
Commissioner Park?
Well, it's not what it means. And I think I made that clear in my questions and answer earlier, and I thought I made it clear last week. It is not just compliance. It is not just odor. It goes beyond that. That's why I referred to the abstract model of Strauss Wind Energy, which of course did not deal with cannabis whatsoever, and why I repeatedly referred to Busy Bee, which goes beyond odor and talks about agricultural compatibility. So.
I appreciate that distinction because it could be all manners of the permit and its compliance, whether it's notification, whether it's pesticide application, whether it's parking of their employees, whether it's hours of operation. It's the full permit is what you're thinking, right? Adaptive management.
Not necessarily the full permit. I think it's a good idea to refer to the Busy Bee condition of approval, okay, which was relatively simply worded. And one reason we're talking about adaptive management plan is that there was a suggestion, there have been suggestions, and I don't disagree with these suggestions, that you have short terms on these permits. And then other folks felt, well, that's too draconian to basically tell somebody you can't operate anymore after 3 years. Or it's too draconian to say, well, if every single condition of the permit is not working for some reason, then we can stop operation completely. What happened in Strauss Wind Energy basically said certain things turn out to be a problem, then you will adapt to them in some way. And there it had to do with curtailing hours of operation on windmills and so forth. We very specifically chose on Busy Bee 2 items to highlight: odor, which is sort of a compliance item, but not necessarily, because remember, they don't have the same odor control ordinance there as coastal. And then agricultural compatibility, which is not a compliance issue at all, because there aren't agricultural compatibility requirements. It's just if there's a problem, okay, if it turns out that there is a problem, then we will look at it and see if we can adapt our conditions otherwise. So I'm always going to resist if we're talking about just odor, but I don't think we need to say it covers everything under the entire permit. And I also think we need to get away from the term compliance, because this goes beyond compliance. That's the whole agricultural compatibility thing.
Okay. All right. Does staff understand that?
Madam Chair, yes, and Commissioner Park, I understand where you're going with it, and Strauss essentially focused their adaptive management on one of the key issues, which was biological impacts and bird strikes. And so in this case, we would be looking at sort of the key issues that we're dealing with cannabis, which is odor and compatibility with traditional ag operations. And so I think we know where you're going with that, and that we could bring back something that's responsive to it.
Okay, great.
And
So
if
the
I
next
could
item
weigh
on,
in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Blau?
Well, yeah, although I'm not going to object to the idea, I object to it if you're going to put it in the ordinance. I think that's something that needs to be project-specific, and if that's something we're going to do as a requirement going forward, depending on the project, I could agree with it. And the wind energy is a good example. That's one that it works, and the way it was formed and conditioned, it made sense to me, and I agreed with it. But I'm not sure I can agree with that on every cannabis grower, every operation that we go forward. So, good idea as a condition we look at for every project, but I don't think it's a good idea to try and put it in the ordinance.
Commissioner Park?
I can suggest you can have your cake and eat it too, and I don't disagree with Commissioner Blau. I'm just sensitive to the fact that we received comments that the Planning Commission went beyond its authority with the Busy Bee condition. And you're right, Commissioner Blau, you don't have to require it in every one, but it might be useful to have that condition or something like it authorized in the ordinance. That's all I'm saying. So,
Okay,
it's,
so-
I think that we kind of, it sounds like we have a consensus that staff ought to look further into this and develop something. And I look forward to hearing what they'll do. And I know Ms. Plowman understands this because she's the one who drafted the condition for Busy Bee. So she gets it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Freeney? Oh, sorry, I'm Commissioner Blau, more?
Well, I was going to say if with Commissioner Parks saying that he wants to put it in the ordinance that the commission has the authority to do that, so it's on notice that we can, that when they come forward, you may have an adaptive monitoring system, but not to say that everybody has to agree to it. It's one that we could impose later on. So I'm agreeing with you if you change the language just a little tiny bit.
It's part of the laundry list. Okay, Commissioner Freeney?
Okay, that's good. Commissioner Blau came along there. Because my concern here is that odor is a compatibility issue if you're the person living next door to it. And if cannabis goes in next to, traditional agriculture or legacy agriculture, whatever we're calling it now, that becomes an issue too, because they're not compatible. So I'm not sure if we're just stuck on what we're talking about, and then where I don't see how it can't be in the ordinance, because those are two very big issues. So we have to include those somehow. And so if it's just the way we're saying it, then let's get it said the right way, huh?
I believe staff understands Commissioner Blau's reservations and also Commissioner Park's direction, so let's see what they can come back with as adding that to some tool that we have. Okay, so the next item on the chart is the odor control for legal non-conforming operators. I honestly think we've probably covered this. And again, I want to speed through this a little bit so we get to public comment. The next item is explore if there's an objective way to measure odors and detect the source. And this maybe we do want to take a minute to talk about, because I've heard from several commissioners that we should have a county study. Director Plowman has said that that's probably something the Ag Commissioner's Office is moving forward with, or she had said that maybe she was going to do that.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the Ag Commissioner is looking at working with research institutions on terpenes.
Or just on terpenes. Okay.
Not odor. But this isn't really so much a ordinance amendment It is exploring ways in which you can try and figure out where the odor is coming from. And so there is potentially technology that might lead us to that point. And the CEO's office and the planning department are meeting with some firms that might be able to help us with that. So I don't see that as an ordinance amendment, but I see that as direction to pursue that. And we are doing that. Is that correct?
Yes. So probably a similar response on the consider recommendations to the CEO to use the business license office to control orders. I mean, that's again not necessarily ordinance amendment, just staff implementation.
Yeah, I just, Chair Briley, I just want to clarify. Yeah, so we have had those discussions. We have the ability to conduct those discussions at any point in time. No amendments are required. You just give us that direction. We'll continue working with them on it. So.
And it might actually get fleshed out if we have Mr. Malek in here for.
And
Sure.
Madam Chair, just to add to that, they already have to demonstrate that they're complying with odor control where it's required to get their business license. So on an annual basis, that will have to be demonstrated where it's required.
Okay.
Just so you know that.
Okay, so continuing on our outline here, they're requiring a CUP for all cannabis projects. And remember, we're trying not to deliberate too much here, but is there interest in moving forward with that? Aha, well, it's a draw. I'm going to go to my left first, Commissioner Park.
Okay. I think there are other ways to accomplish much of what this is intended to do, but I don't disagree with it. And I think what we're going to have is we're going to have some ideas that overlap with others, and if you adopt this, you don't need that kind of thing. But my point is, I think it is worth working up. And I've had other commissioners suggest this. I think it was Commissioner Blau was the first one, and I would like to see it pursued.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney, and then.
Yes, I've been a advocate for the conditional use permit process from the beginning. My hesitation is that in real life, it slows down the process. It's more difficult to prepare a conditional use permit for consideration by the commission. But in those instances where we've had the benefit of conditional use permits, such as Herbal Angels, I think it's been invaluable. Who knows if we had the Herbal Angel project subject only to a land use permit, if they would have been legally in operation at the time violations have been uncovered by law enforcement. So I don't know if it has to be in every situation, but I'd like to explore some of the suggestions we've heard, that if it's within a sensitive area, certainly like Carpenter area, where every single current grow is very close relatively to residential uses, to schools, to girls and boys clubs. I think we should have that control and not just depend on the limited conditional, the land use or coastal development permit options.
Okay, thank you.
Blau's up, and then I'll go.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, well, obviously, I have great reputation because of the cost of doing a CUP compared to a land use permit, but of recent history, all we have done is exasperate the problem for the applicants, because they come and do the land use permit and then they all get appealed. And then we do a hearing that's just like a conditional use permit, and then that gets appealed. So I'm just saying, let's skip the land use permit until we've got a number of them that the planning commission approves, they don't get appealed. Now at the staff level, at some time in the future, we can go back to a land use permit because the staff will have had a history of the conditions that we use to approve projects. I just think it's actually, at this point in time, it's going to be cheaper and quicker for an applicant than to go through another appeal process.
Commissioner Blau, clarify, cheaper and quicker for an applicant to just go ahead with the CUP as opposed to facing all the appeals, or I misunderstood?
Well, sure. Right now, right now they do a land use permit, which they pay for. Then it gets appealed. Then they get more bills from the staff in preparation to come to the planning commission. I'm not sure it's less expensive for them just to do the CUP and come direct to the planning commission.
Well, I know.
They're telling me it's the same. They're telling me it's the same process. They do this. They do the same analysis for CEQA. Like, why make them do it twice?
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. I totally appreciate that. And in terms of time and process and expenditure on the applicant side, I couldn't disagree with you at all. The real difference is the one finding for CUPs that is not in land use permits, and that would probably, it just deserves further discussion. Let's just leave it at that way. So we're consensus on yes, CUPs, and maybe with some.
Yeah, I want to finish up.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Freeney.
Is it possible, going back to the hoop ordinance, you made the table and it said if you answer no at any time you go into, you need a permit, but if you can stay in the left lane and check the boxes, is it possible to do that for a CUP to almost have two stages of CUP,
like minors,
a complete exam versus just a real, you're out in the middle of a 2,000 acre farm and you want 3 acres. Okay, is that a different CUP, or how, if we said yes, let's go CUP, is there a way that gives them a faster track?
Chair Briley, Commissioner Freeney, what you're describing is actually very similar to the incentivization that Ms. Plowman was talking about earlier, where if you're going to propose a operation in a site where it's more accommodating for cannabis, you'd have lower level permit, but if it's an area where it's not appropriate, typically not appropriate, then you increase the permitting requirements. So
I think that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so the next item on is require long-term permit for activities using closed carbon filtration systems and limited term permit for activities using less effective systems. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, just to close the loop on that.
Yes.
Does the whole commission support the idea of creating a system where you're incentivized to place a cannabis grow away from sensitive receptors, and you have a lower level of permit there and a higher level of permit if you choose to move closer to those urban boundary lines or whatever the other city boundaries, whatever they are?
Okay, Commissioner Freeney?
I think that solves a lot of issues. It goes back to the compatibility and getting that cannabis away from the non-compatible uses. And I think it would help staff tremendously. It would probably reduce your throughput time for some people. It'd be great.
Commissioner Cooney?
Yeah, I suggested that.
Commissioner Park?
That's really addressing my overlay
Yes.
concept.
Yes.
Now, how I would draw an overlay is a little bit different than what Ms. Plowman described. You know, as distances from EDRMs or urban boundary lines. I'm really more worried about compatibility with other kinds of agriculture. And so I might put cannabis here and wine here and this and that there. But it's that same concept theoretically. So yes, I'm of course in favor of the overlay. And I think that overlay by definition is one that incentivizes putting it one place and not the other because there's a different permitting requirement. That's why I'll go along with my other commissioners if they want to have a CUP on everything. I think if you had the overlay idea, then you wouldn't necessarily need that. That's what I mean by about overlapping proposals where you maybe don't need both. But, we're at exploration stage right now, and I'm interested in seeing what P&D comes up with is the best way to do these things.
Okay, Commissioner Cooney?
Yeah, just to go sideways for a minute, I'm curious what Commissioner Park's talking about. For example, in the Carpinteria Valley, would you exclude some portion of the valley from the stricter regulations? It's all so cheek on jowl. I don't see how you do that.
I think that my proposal for the overlay really fits the inland ordinance. It doesn't really fit the coastal ordinance, because the coastal ordinance has already made that division, where it's basically said it's nowhere in the coastal zone except in this small area of the Carpinteria Valley. Okay, so I don't think my overlay fits that, because there already is an overlay for Carpinteria. It really fits better the inland district.
Okay, so overlay.
Madam Chair, just one correction. There are areas in Goleta where it could go in the coastal zone. So it's not just allowed in Carpinteria.
Well, it seems like we have a pretty clear consensus about looking at either an overlay concept / incentivizing things for different permit paths. I think you've got the draft right, yeah. Okay, and then...
I have one question.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Question for
Mr. Blau.
staff. So if we're processing a CUP, and it's as Commissioner Perini described, 5 acres in the middle of 2,000, I mean, how long is it going to take staff to process a CUP? Nothing to look at. That's kind of like, so doesn't that make the CUP go real quick just by the project description? What would you do to CUP that would create any time or any expense for the project that Commissioner Perini described?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Blau, could you repeat that question? I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood it.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, so we have a CUP for this 5-acre grow in the middle of a 2,000-acre ranch, and he has to do a CUP. I can't imagine the staff taking more than a half a day to process a CUP. What are you going to look at? What are you going to analyze? Nothing. I mean, it'd be, I don't think we need to have a separate exemption or a description. That's why I thought we could do them all CUP, but if it's the kind of project he describes, it's real easy to process.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Blau, well, there are, one is a discretionary permit, and there are Permit Streamlining Act requirements that are attached to that, so we sort of have to go through the same process that we would for any conditional use permit, regardless of its location. I think that's partly why we talked about creating an incentive program that would incentivize people to go into areas where they wouldn't have conflicts and their permits would be simplified.
Like an LUP versus a CUP, right? Or I don't even know if a minor CUP has come into the playbook or not, but Commissioner Blau, does that make sense?
Yeah, I could probably live with that. I'll look at it when I come back to it, but it just seems to what we've done in the past, it gets to be pretty complex, but as long as we're trying to take care of the situation that Mr. Freddie described and it works, I'll go along with it.
Okay, so that actually covers the last item on the chart, and the middle one in the bottom part is just the long-term permit for activities using the closed carbon filtration, but it's the same idea. I think we've already covered that. So if the commission's okay with the direction, no, Commissioner Park?
I'm not sure we did. So are we all in favor of the P&D drawing up something there?
On the
one that require a long-term permit for activities using a carbon filtration system instead of other effective systems. I don't think we discussed that. It's also an incentivizing kind of idea, but it's a different one, and it's for a different area, obviously. This obviously does refer to coastal. This refers to Carpinteria, and it's it's an idea that if you use the vapor phase system, you get a permit that's, X years long. But if you go to the expense of using carbon filtration, then you get a longer one. It's just a simple idea. It may be a good one, it may be a bad one. I threw it out there.
You're right. You're right. It's not the same. Commissioner Cooney?
Well, I think we're depending, whatever we come up with, we're sticking to the idea that the odor can't leave the property boundaries. And can't we leave it to the operators to attempt to accomplish that lofty goal through various means and depend on excellent enforcement if it doesn't happen? In other words, I'm not sure I'd give any particular device more points, because what really matters is how does it work in real life. Someone said to me that carbon filtration in a sealed greenhouse is the way to go. A lot of people said that. That may be great on day one, but what do they have? A 5-year permit, and somebody who's got another idea, a new novel idea, gets a 1-year permit. I think my support goes strongest for coming up with a means of discriminating on the basis of where a location is, how large it is, and how effective the odor control is from the outside. And that's going to be covered by these other suggestions. CUP versus LUP, coastal versus inland. And I think we've given staff enough direction generally on that.
Commissioner Park?
I think that Commissioner Cooney's comments were well articulated. I think there's one thing that our commission seems to all believe, and I don't know how you put this in ordinance, but it's just the idea that we're hoping that whatever is a good system today, okay, that you don't get a permit that lasts forever, so that's all you have to do forever, when 3 or 4 years from now it's obsolete and something else is out there better. So I don't know how to conceptualize that, but I'd like to see that as the technology evolves, so does the use by the users. That's the one thing. I mean, there's several things that tell me that I could be convinced to go to permit durations, and that's one reason why I want to make sure that people do the best they can, and the best they can is going to change over time. And I sure hope we're not looking at talking about greenhouses 10 years from now, and people say, well, in Riverside County, their greenhouses, they use this system, but we gave these people permits in Carpinteria 10 years ago, and they're using a system that's kind of okay. It doesn't really work as well. I don't want to be that guy.
Madam Chair,
Director Plowman.
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Park. The code requires that they meet the odor control requirements. If a system stops working and there's a better system, they're going to have to use it. We already have that ability. So they don't just get to adopt a system that sort of works okay now and keep using that for the next 10 years if it's not effective. If it's not effective, they got to move something else.
Not as good.
Well, it has to meet whatever our code says. That's the point of it. So if our code says that the odor stops at the property boundary, which is what the Planning Commission is recommending to the board, or if the ordinance currently states is not detected in a residential area, is whatever the standard is, they have to meet it. And if their current technology isn't working, they've got to move to a new one. And I also think we sort of already tackled this idea with adaptive management.
And also in the business licensing, that annual.
Exactly.
So that gets us through staff's summary chart. There's one item on here, and I kind of don't even want to bring it up because I want to get to public comment, but it has to do with when would this ordinance, who does it affect? Does it affect the people that are in process now, the people that have not been deemed complete, the people that have been deemed complete but not get to hearing? I don't know if we want to talk about that now or when you come back with some of your drafts. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Bradley, very quickly and generally. So it's not until somebody has obtained the entitlement and has actually constructed before they become vested in that entitlement. So everything up to that point, if you're in process, the requirements, if they change, the new requirements would apply to your project.
Okay, well, that was quick. Thank you very much. I believe we're ready to go to public comment. Commissioner Blau, did you have anything else before we
Chair?
ask? Yes?
I'm not sure. Did you turn the page over? There's a few more things on the chart. Sorry.
Rookie mistake. Thank you, Commissioner
We weren't
Blau.
quite done.
Okay. All the public is sitting there going, I want to leave. No, I'm sorry, we're not done. All right, let's go here. Investigate whether GHGs and boilers and other greenhouse equipment may be sequestered for cultivation activities. This was your item. Commissioner Park.
This is not really an ordinance thing, I don't think. Maybe you have something to say on it. It's just that when you see these very large boilers, you know they're generating some GHGs and they're running all day. And it's something we certainly talk about in the context of Cat Canyon and Exxon renewal, and we talk about GHGs from boilers. We just ought to know what they generate, and then I think we need to give credit to those operators, and there's certainly many of those operators that they take those GHGs and they run them through systems that get them back into the plants, and it's just something we ought to know about. Whether it has implications for an ordinance or not, that's not clear to me.
Okay, well, maybe that's a side note informational report when you come back. And then we honestly maybe covered this under the non-conforming building dilemma that everyone's facing, right? The second item down. Does everybody agree with that? We covered that. And then additional information regarding Article 10 to further regulate legal non-conforming activities. I think we kind of touched on that and are hoping to continue that discussion maybe with Mr. Malekian, or I'm not sure what more we want to add to staff's consideration on this item now. Does anybody have any input? No.
Well,
Commissioner Park.
I think the best way to handle this is to get Mr. Malecki in here ASAP, even next week. He gave an excellent presentation yesterday. He could give the very same presentation. And then we could ask him, how do we answer those people that look at places like Santa Rosa Road and the proliferation of hoops and explain how is that a legal non-conforming use when it's so expanded? I don't know. We can ask him that. And then given whatever his answer is, and if there's something else we need to pursue, which I'm sure there will be, we can then discuss it with P&D staff as what to do. But I think it's best that he come and give us that informational piece before we tell staff to do something, especially in a relatively short period of time.
Okay, and then the other items were just informational, so I don't think we need to discuss those. We already talked about them.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to drag you guys back up the table.
Up the table.
But I don't think we had a very robust conversation about whether or not the commission collectively feels like they want us to draft an overlay. We talked a little bit about there's a couple of ways to try and accomplish creating incentives for people to locate in areas where there won't be conflicts. But an overlay is a different endeavor and is more complicated, I think, in terms of, and will require increased work, which is okay, but we just sort of need to get a sense from the commission, do you want an overlay, or is this concept of creating incentives in areas by using some other measurable standards like distance from an urban boundary or distance between two cannabis grows or distance, something that's objective as a standard to create these different permit types.
Commissioner Park?
I've thought about this nearly endlessly, and I want the overlay. I think it creates a bright, shining line for where people know where to go and not to go. And I'm concerned that when you start drawing up the list of things, if you use Ms. Plowman's approach of buffer zones and so on and so forth, it gets very complicated to identify distances and which items you're trying to steer clear of, and then it looks like you're favoring wineries and you're favoring broccoli farms and so on and so forth. I just want things in completely different areas that seem to have compatibility problems. And I think one can do some real planning as opposed to saying it all goes everywhere unless there's a problem with it somewhere. If we just say, look, these are areas where it looks like it's going to be okay. There's not compatibility things. I think there's a silver lining here that maybe I haven't expressed before. There may be somebody here in this room that wants to go through this whole process of chaos with hemp as well. As soon as we finish cannabis, we'll talk for a couple of years on where hemp can go. But I think that one way to deal with that, because hemp has similar odors and things like that, and maybe compatibility issues, although not necessarily because it's not as regulated for pesticides and all that. If we set up overlays, then I would imagine that I could tell the traditional farmers who are interested in doing hemp that that's a place you can go and do it. And I think they would appreciate that. So I see this as something beneficial to more than just cannabis. I very strongly support overlay, and that's why I made the proposal.
Madam Chair, as the Commission's discussing this, I think we need more direction about how that would be applied, because what I'm hearing is a discussion about agricultural conflicts, which is something that the Ag Commissioner is trying to sort out. We had not addressed that and had not planned to address that in the code. That was going to be an Ag Commissioner task, and that they were working on that. That it was, but so if you're indeed, if the whole Commission supports the idea of an overlay, we need to get some kind of sense of what you're looking for. Is it that cannabis can't be next to traditional ag, or cannabis can't be next to an urban area, or cannabis can't, I need more clear direction, because it's right now it's wide open, and I'm not sure exactly what it is the Commission is trying to achieve.
I can draw you one and give it to you in a couple of days or even next week, because I don't think you're going to come back in the next week with a draft ordinance on this. But I can draw you one, I can put it up on the board, and then I can explain to everybody why I did it that way. And maybe that's the easiest way to do this.
All right, Commissioner Cooney?
Well, I think it's complicated. We've had overlay experience in the county. I remember the greenhouse ordinance. If you are this side of a given road, you can't have a greenhouse, and if you're on the other side, you can. And it was really trying to do surgery with a hatchet, and people were really upset about that if they were on the wrong side of the road. And there was not a good, at least in my understanding, there was not a good basis for it, except we don't want greenhouses on both sides. It's too many greenhouses. So if Commissioner Park in his district feels that overlays would work well, I'm not going to oppose that, but I really think it shouldn't be applied to the Carpinteria Valley. We just have a unique situation there where we already have agriculture and residential areas historically intertwined, and it's like a cancer tumor. You can't cut it out. So my feeling is overlays don't work there. Now, I'm not a planner, so maybe somebody can convince me how it works there, but that would be my comment on overlays.
Okay, I'm just going to jump in here. I know it's not really my place. I'm only supposed to let you guys speak and then speak last, but I'm wondering, from a planning standpoint, I think it would be very helpful. I know Mr. Park can actually do an overlay, but I would really like to hear the tools of the incentivizing thresholds. You can do a cannabis grow if you're this far away from different things, and look at that side by side with the overlay. I think it's worth it to actually look at both models, because the overlay may not achieve everything that the additional performance measures may. So I am leaning toward kind of both. I hate to say it. Does that, I mean, Ms. Plowman, you had an idea about, how to approach one or the other. So do you think there's a way to do sort of a comparative chart? Like if you had an overlay, this is what you would achieve, and maybe this is where the overlay, and this would solve these kinds of issues that we're hearing about. If you had performance measures by permit, by, different incentivizing of permits, you would achieve these things.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, if I had clear direction about what it is that you want to be avoided in the overlay. Like, I'm pretty clear about how to create incentives for urban areas and whatnot, but I'm not sure I'm entirely clear about what the overlay is intended to achieve. And so until I can get that direction, I feel like we'll be wandering in the woods with it and may not hit the mark.
Good point. So we can talk
Madam
about
Chair.
that more now. Yeah. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Park is alluding to, and I will agree with him, I think he wants to pick out a bunch of different places where he knows and we know there is no issue if there was a cannabis grow there. We're not going to survey the entire county and to say what's going to be in the overlay and not in the overlay. He's got a dozen, 2 dozen, I don't know how many particular areas and parcels that he would like to lead people to go grow cannabis there, because he knows it has no effect on traditional agriculture or anybody else. And I don't see nothing wrong with creating that kind of an overlay in that area to say, hey, cannabis growers, come look at these, because there's no problems here. I think that's what he's wanting to do. And I would agree with that. That won't take a lot of time and effort to come up with that map. It's going to have the 2 dozen properties that he thinks are appropriate. If I've got that wrong, Commissioner Park, let me know.
All right. I forgot where I was. I mean, I don't know what we want to do. Can you do a side-by-side? You just find out where the overlays are?
Madam Chair, I'm willing to work with Commissioner Park to explore the ideas that he has, but I'd just like to get a sense that the whole commission is feeling like that's the avenue that you want us to go down, so that everybody's understands what we'll be bringing back.
I'm sort of a comparative shopper, and I want to see the either or. I'm sorry, because I might completely agree. Yes, Commissioner Freeney.
I think there's a hybrid in there, and these specific areas, whatever you call them on your map, those then feed into your plan. But no matter what, we're going to have criteria, right? Even if I have the best piece, I could still put it on the wrong part of the best piece and cause a problem. So I think the map needs to be vetted out a little bit, because it'll help us all visualize what even your criteria are going to accomplish. So I think they almost come together, and Commissioner Park's probably more of a purist than I am, but I think they're both important, and they'll probably be used in unison.
Okay, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think you have to start with simple ideas, and then you elaborate to fill in the holes. So I think that works. I think to describe in the abstract how to draw the lines for an overlay is not as valuable as exercise. It's just taking one and looking at it and saying, okay, this is the kind of thing you look at, okay, and it can be done easily and quickly. And I would again reassure Commissioner Cooney, I'm not thinking of the Carpinteria Valley here, because the coastal zone has already gone through this whole process. The Carpinteria Valley has an overlay. It has 2 kinds of overlays, and it doesn't need a third one, and it doesn't need anything that authorizes more cultivation in other areas, and that's not what I'm looking towards. I'm really looking at the inland ordinance and demonstrating that there are areas where it would not cause any problems whatsoever. And I think that the part that P&D would do is wherever the line goes for an overlay, it's going to have some description of what does the overlay mean and all this. So, for example, you could take the San Ynez Valley design overlay, and you could redraw the lines on it, but keep all the same text, okay, what it means and how it works. You just have changed the lines. So let's not get too hung up on having a abstract discussion of where the lines should go right now. Let's just talk about, let's develop this idea a little bit. And like I said, I'm glad to come back with something we can put up there on the screen and show, and that'll illustrate the kinds of ideas.
Okay, so is that better direction for you? No? Maybe you and Mr. Park have to get a sidebar meeting.
I think we
I'll buy
can-
lunch.
Yeah.
And breakfast and dinner.
I think we're going to, we've got what we're going to get from the commission, and so I'm happy to have staff sit down with Commissioner Park and talk about what it is that he's trying to achieve, whether it's the urban boundaries, which I'm sure is one of them, and then this question about agriculture. That's where I'm a little bit more conflicted.
Thank you. Okay, hearing no other hesitations from my commissioners, including Mr. Blau, let's go to public comment. So again, I'm going to ask you to try to keep it to 2 minutes and not repeat whatever may have been said last week, but really comment on what we discussed today and the material that was provided before today's hearing. So with that, Judy Dean will be our first speaker, followed by Joan Esposito.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. No one has actually evaluated the impact that cannabis production is having on air quality. There's been a lot of discussion today about the compatibility with agriculture. There's been a lot less discussion about the compatibility with humans, which actually I think is probably more important. One of the items on Mr. Clemens' list was for you to confirm that these activities are not projects and therefore do not require CEQA. I believe this is the only county in the state that has gone the route of exempting these from CEQA. That's a big problem because I have called personally the Air Pollution Control District and been told that they're not evaluating that because they consider cannabis to be agriculture and they don't delve into pollution caused by agriculture. Environmental health is doing not much about this. The Public Health Department asked local physicians to report anything they thought was a cannabis-related illness. That lasted about 2 weeks, and then they clarified and said, oh no, only vaping illnesses. If we've learned anything from the vaping crisis, it should be that you cannot vaporize otherwise innocuous compounds and inhale them and not expect consequences. People have died because of that. And yet, drums full of supposedly innocuous chemicals are being vaporized into the air that I breathe. I was diagnosed in December with asthma. I am not the type of person who should have asthma. I'm 67 years old. It's rare to get asthma at my age. I have almost no allergies. I'm not obese. I don't have any of the risk factors. I have not one blood relative with asthma. But now I have asthma. I'm getting short of breath now, sorry. So how many children who are far more susceptible than I am in Carpenter Valley are going to end up with asthma? We're not monitoring it, so we don't know. You need to be looking at that. CEQA should not be off the table here. This is a health and safety emergency.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Joan Esposito, followed by Robin Geddes.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you for holding this hearing. I don't see a lot of people here today from Carpinteria. So I'm going to show you I think the most important issue is the odor and whatever else is coming out with the odor in Carpinteria. And I'm a 37-year-old citizen of Carpinteria. I'm getting a bit tired of coming to these meetings, and I don't think the odor control issue has really come up to the priority it needs to be. There's a lot of people in Carpinteria who are not here because they're working. Some of them are elderly, they don't have rides down here, but in the last 2-3 years, this is the Carpinteria newspaper. These are all complaints from Carpinteria citizens. Now, I have dyslexia. I didn't learn how to read and write until I was 44. It's very difficult for me to write. I have several other people who help me when I have to write an article. They can't send letters in to you. You have wonderful testimonials, the letters I just collected today from this hearing. I have been suffering with health effects from this cannabis, which is right next to a stone's throw from my house. I am all the cannabis farms on Linden and Foothill. I have had headaches, I have had asthma attacks, I have watering eyes, 3 years. And for 3 years, I have not been able to have my grandchildren come and visit me for a weekend. They used to come up and we play soccer in the yard. And my husband and I really enjoyed having them come up here. We can't have that anymore because my grandchildren have asthma, and it would be detrimental for them to come up. How many more years do we have to wait? Now, I know this has been dumped in your laps from the supervisors because the first regs were not aired out into the public properly so we could come in and talk about it. And I feel sorry for all the work you have to do. But I go home every day, and there's the smell. I wake up at night, and I am nauseous, and I have to go downstairs, and very often I'm dizzy going down. The smell is so bad in my bedroom. And I have to go downstairs and take yogurt and take something that will help my stomach issues with this. And I'm tired the next day. And, I have had every test. I have had brain scans for headaches. I've done everything to try and eliminate why I've got having all of these allergies. I am asking you that number one priority of your commission and the supervisors is the odor control. Now, you want to know where it's coming from? All you have to do is walk along Foothill, and it's a very small town, it's a small valley, and just go into those farms. It doesn't matter whether they're in well, I'm sorry, my
Legal non-conforming, yes, I think you've actually gotten over your 2 minutes well.
I'm sorry, I thought it was 3 minutes. I've been here since 9 this morning.
I appreciate that.
And I thought it was.
Are you
But,
able to finish up, though?
There are people in Carpinteria who can't come and speak at these meetings. And I'm sure for me speaking, there's another 100 or 200 who are not coming in. I am begging you to do something about the odor control first.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of good issues have been brought up, and things that, I, as someone not, used to all of this, would never think of. But real quick, my name's Robin Geddes. I live over at Polo Condos. That's 139 units. And the smell has gotten worse, when it comes through the apartment, I get a mild headache. I don't need more headaches in life. I look at, what you wrote and allow flexibility and technology to be used. If you want to smell what a scent-based odor system is, like the Byers odor system, take a drive over to Quarantina where the Marburg is. I think their scent is peppermint. And, it's pretty bad. It's pretty nauseous. So you really, please seal up these houses, put in the carbon filtration system, as the man here said. If you're gonna phase out these non-conforming operators, well, here's your chance. Give precedence to the people that are really going to do the job right. If you're making a lot of money here, then put the money into a good sealed up system. And thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is actually should be in Santa Maria if they're still there. Claire Weinman. How did I get to Claire so early?
Good afternoon. My name is Claire Wyman. I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties, and want to encourage the commission to continue to their discussion of conflict with agriculture and concerns that hemp and cannabis are not compatible. As we've mentioned previously, cannabis is not similarly situated to agricultural crops, and these differences are driving severe conflict. We appreciate your consideration of these conflicts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinman. The next speaker up there is Lil Clary, followed by Renee O'Neill. But we could take Renee later if she wanted to go later.
She always likes to go last, so don't always give her the last.
Okay, I hope I've pushed the right button on this, pushing it back and forth as we discussed with Renee. Renee would like to go at the end. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure that I can commit to the very end, but a couple of speakers later than now, if that's okay, because we have people here that have to leave also. So, how about in 3 speakers, Renee? Is that okay? That's what we're going to do. Okay, so this is Lil Clary now.
Right, and Renee has agreed. Three people from now.
Yeah, thank you.
Lil Clary, Tepesquei Canyon. Been a lot of discussion last week and less today, unfortunately, about complaints about cannabis growers and their complaints about lengthy delays in getting applications through the county process. My experience with legal non-conforming applications in Tepesquei Canyon, which I've been tracking for nearly 2 years, parcel by parcel, is that delay is not on the part of county. In fact, I want to commend county staff for their hard work. This morning I reviewed my most recent copy for the first of this month, county document listing application date and status. It's titled All Planning Cannabis Application. In the Tepesquei area, there are 17 applications, a combination of CUPs, DVPs, and zoning clearance. 13 of the 17 are listed as awaiting action. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing substantive activities on these parcels. I want to thank Director Plowman for indicating that 90-day letters are going out. That certainly should prevent gaming of this. I would, however, ask that on the county's permit history document, the fact that 90-day letters have gone out should be listed. That would help us as we and our neighbors track progress on these. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is in Santa Barbara here, Amy Steinfeld, to be followed by Liz Rogan. All right, thank you. Liz Rogan, followed by Paul Kowalski.
Good afternoon, commissioners, staff. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I really do appreciate it. So I really appreciate us being here. I think these are some of the most productive workshops that I have personally attended in over 2.5 years of doing this. I just wanted to bring up a few things because I am a biologist and botanist by background. I worked for the Fish and Wildlife Service. I worked on Vandenberg Air Force Base. I worked for UC Santa Cruz. So I do come from a real data-based education background. And so when I look at this, I definitely come from a cannabis advocate perspective as I work with many patients at the Ridley Tree Cancer Center and all over, basically all over the United States that come to me and ask questions. But again, I'm very focused on data. So in talking last time and listening at the end of the hearing, I listened to Commissioner Blau talking about terpenes and saying, okay, let's not let them pass, borders, which I understand what you're saying, and I think you guys are trying to do the best you can with this, and I think you're doing a phenomenal job. But here's the thing. Terpenes are actually in all things. So unfortunately, you're not going to be able to say terpenes stop at a border. Terpenes are in plants, they're in insects, there's terpenes in the spray you're spraying for air freshener and what you're cleaning your house with. So, odor is this clear and present issue, but it really needs to be dealt with in a smart and fair way. I agree with Commissioner Farini in P&D, I think Farini, sorry, maybe Commissioner Parks, in P&D not having like really the ability to do this. This is a public health issue. You know, terpenes are a large and diverse category of compounds. They're produced by plants, essential oils. They're harvested. Cannabis terpenes actually have a higher value than some other terpenes. There are also terpenes in grapes. So grapes do emit terpenes. You talk about ag and cannabis not being compatible, but I would beg you to look and see what are the compatibilities. Are there benefits of grapes and cannabis growing near each other or other crops? I think that we often kind of look at the negative effect overall, but we don't know. We really have no data on that. So I think the adaptive management approach is the way to go, and I urge you to look at smart, healthy economic policies for the best for our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogan. The next speaker is Paul Kowalski, and then we'll go back to Renee up in Santa Maria.
Good afternoon, staff, chair, and committee members. My name is Paul Kowalski. I'm the chairman of the Cannabis Business Council of Santa Barbara County. I've been speaking before the Planning Commission since 2014, and I haven't been here in a while because I was under the impression a lot of this was behind us. And it seems to me that the supervisors have kind of passed a enforcement action onto the Planning Commission. I would like to bring up the fact that the Agricultural Commissioner, along with a number of cannabis groups, we have Good Farmers, Great Neighbors, CARP, the Cannabis Business Council, we have done all we can in support of this. I personally don't have an application before the County of Santa Barbara, but I can tell you firsthand how many years it's taken me to go through the Goleta permit when they decided to redo the ordinance and everything that was involved in that. And I would like to recommend that we're all about supporting making this the best industry and the best fit for the county. We support you looking into this and moving forward. I don't think you should change the ordinance at this time. I don't think you should burden staff with things that aren't really relevant at this time. I would suggest supporting staff in any way, in all ways you can, to possibly move these forward as fast as possible, because the solution, you're trying to find a solution for a problem that doesn't really exist once you're able to get a permit, once you're able to get a license. Addressing the state, the local municipalities, county, planning, anyway, everyone is bending over backwards to meet all the requirements put forward, and we need you, as well as the supervisors, to establish a business environment that allows us to succeed and meet the requirements that are necessary to accomplish what you would like to see done. Thank you.
Thank you. We turn to Renee up in Santa Maria. I'm sorry, Ms. O'Neill. I was reminded to be a little more formal.
Renee from Tepiscay.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have the slideshow presentation available? My slide presentation? Is that ready to go? You can take another speaker if you need to wait.
I think here we go. It's ready.
Oh, very good. I can't see it, but what you're going to be looking at is the type style of traffic that goes through Tepiscay Canyon. Wow, I get to see it. And so while you're viewing this slideshow presentation, I have a question. Chair Bridley, in thinking outside the box, and commissioners, is it possible to halt all cannabis operations until our county has time to review and verify affidavits of growers that have a reputation for being unwilling to comply with the ordinances? And Commissioner Blau, I liked your recommendation for the negative airflow systems. I know a long time ago you had recommended carbon charcoal filter systems from the get-go. And I also think it was you that said, why should we have growers go through an expensive, lengthy cup process when we know they won't be approved in certain regions? This applies to our EDRNs in Sabata Canyon and Tepiscay. They're not appropriate for commercial cannabis. Look at that road picture. These guys drive the wrong side of the road. Truckloads of cannabis are hauled out many times a year in massive vehicles. Taxes aren't being paid on any of this. And this is my driveway. This is the kind of stuff that goes up my driveway. We have records of 4 water tankers that have rolled up in Tepiscay. I've heard that one is buried on a farm up at the top of the canyon. And these are the accidents that we have as a result of this kind of traffic on this very, very narrow, steep, dangerous road. And most of these accidents aren't reported to the CHP. Anyway, to conclude, commercial cannabis is just simply not appropriate. So if you're looking at overlays, please consider removing these operations from our communities. Thank you for your time and your amazing effort through all this.
Thank you, Renee. Okay, we go back down here to Amy Steinfeld. Is she still here? Okay. Mark Shatillo.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Mark Shatillo, the number one priority for your action clearly is to adopt a zero odor at the property line standard, and I would encourage your Commission to direct staff that as part of the package that is going to go to the Board of Supervisors, it has a carve-out for a simple ordinance that installs this as a standard that applies to all operations in the county. No odor at the property line. That doesn't require the same back and forth. You're discussing some other complicated issues, which are, I think, good solutions. But the first and most simple, direct thing you can do is to establish a standard for all operations, no odor at the property line. Ask the Board of Supervisors to just adopt that. That will resolve the majority of the issues that we both have seen and the number of the issues that that we are anticipating coming up. Obviously, with Ag 2, that is, they're currently exempt from odor issues. That's been a problem for agricultural compatibility, and so it does need to apply throughout the county. Touching on some of the other issues, the CUP trigger and whether to use overlays or not. I'm hearing the planning director talk about proximity to urban boundary lines or cities as being the standard that would trigger the CUP. And I think we need to have a much more, if we're going to go with that approach, overlays are complicated because of the general plan requirement, but it needs to be much more broadly specified to include any residence. That's been part of the problem. Any residence, any sensitive receptors, schools, or any child care, it's not just urban areas. It needs to be broadly defined to carve out those narrow species of permits that could proceed under an LUP. Other issues we've talked about, the term permits. I know that's part of the conversation. We started with an extensive discussion of non-conforming uses. That's what's involved here. We need to use these processes to ensure that we do get best available control technology. This is not compliance. This is staying ahead. We haven't talked about clustering. That's a key issue because we have that happening in certain portions of the county. I would encourage you to also address the percentage of a parcel. That's a key issue that we talked about. It's been part of your permit deliberations and really needs to be codified as a standard or an objective within the ordinance context in order to be able to guide future permits. And with that, to look at the buffers and setbacks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shatillo. Our last speaker is Jack Motter.
Hello, Chair Bradley and fellow commissioners. I would just like to briefly comment on the overlay concept and kind of how you're describing it, Chair Park. Ultimately, one thing I don't hear talked about is we have to understand that farming requires specific resources to be feasible, to be viable. I'm sure, Mr. Farini, you would kind of understand that. we can't just pretend that we're going to hide all this cannabis in some big, a few of these huge properties out in the valley that doesn't have, you got to have water, you got to have good soil, you got to have accessibility, and then there's lots of infrastructure that is around and, not being utilized potentially because, there's issues in agriculture it was once used for that we can utilize. So it's more than just hiding it, and you have to consider that when you're thinking of any sort of overlay. And then also, there's also environmental issues. If it's some place where the ags have never existed and it hasn't been grazed or it's just sitting ground, there's going to be a lot of the other side of stuff that we deal with fish and wildlife that will prevent us from farming in areas like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that completes our public comment slips, and with that, I'll close the public hearing portion of the meeting. Bring it back to the commissioners for, I'm not sure how you want to proceed. Do you want to go back through the list, or do you want to add anything to our direction to staff that we've already done? How would you?
I think a good idea is to first find out if staff has anything to add now that they've heard public comment. They might want to rebut something or amplify something. It's just a good thing to do before we start weighing in ourselves.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, the only thing I heard that I would want to comment on is the fact that it's not my intention to limit the buffer areas to just urban boundaries. It's just an example. And then I think that's it. I mean, I think we heard something else about clustering and maybe concentrations, and the Commission has not taken that up, but if that is something that's been talked about. No, we haven't received any comment from the Commission about that.
Mr. Freeney?
Back to staff. So something that Mr. Shatillo brought up was the carve out no order at property line, and just do that as an amendment or something to the existing and get that to the board ASAP. Is that possible?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Freeney, anything's possible. Is it something we're going to be able to do quickly and manage the rest of the workload and bring this stuff back? It just presents challenges, and so it presents challenges.
I'd like to make a suggestion here, which is I think we've given staff a lot of good meat to work on and come back with some possible solutions. And I know Commissioner Park and Ms. Plowman might meet and talk about overlay areas. And so we're going to have another meeting next week, assuming that it's still looking like that's possible. Is that right? Did we continue this item for a week or no? Did we?
So Chair Bridley, we are having a meeting next week.
Oh, that was the other item.
Yeah, that was the other item.
Excuse my
Highway 101.
Excuse my dementia.
Yeah, it was continued to next week. I think the next steps, and I'll let Director Plowman and Mr. Clement comment on that, is there is some work that needs to be done on the planning development side. We have received a lot of information today, but really the next step is we need to develop a budget and a scope of work and a timeline for addressing some of those things, and that's going to take a little bit of time to do that, to bring back some preliminary things to the commission and to maybe get potential direction on what we've kind of drafted as to that point. But I'll let Director Plowman or Mr. Clement speak to the specifics of what the next steps may look like.
So, okay. Madam Chair, members of the committee, do you have?
Well, just to close up, Commissioner Freeney talked about Mr. Shatillo's comments, and I think that was actually what we were asking for, was how can you possibly accelerate the odor control part of the ordinance amendment? That's an option, right?
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, what we have to do is look at the amendments that we've been directed to work on, draft a scope of and timeline for how long we think it's going to take, a budget, because this is all outside of our existing work program, and figure out what else it's delaying, and then and look how we can maybe bring some additional money to the department to take care of it. But, so that's going to take a little bit of time for us to be able to do that. I don't really want to pick a date certain, although we know that this is urgent and we want, we're committed to moving it forward, but we need a little bit of flexibility before we can reschedule it. And, we could bring that to you as an option and show you how that changes our timeline, and then you can make a decision about that. Whether we would separate it out, but the board did ask us to bring one package back and have us process a package with the Planning Commission.
Okay.
So that's the direction we're following at this point.
Okay. Well, understanding that, something that Mr. Shatillo said reminded me, maybe it's embedded in some of the other comments, but the concept of the percentage per parcel, which I know we got in Busy Bee and some of the other cases, can we add that to staff's possibilities for ordinance adjustments? Does anybody want to do that? No. Okay.
Well, it's a good idea, and one proof that it's a good idea is that basically most of this commission supported that condition on various projects. I don't know whether it needs to be in the ordinance or not. I don't know. Is that helpful to be in the ordinance or not? If it's in the ordinance, it's kind of a one-size-fits-all thing, and maybe that's a bad thing, or maybe it's a good thing. So I don't know. I don't know how to answer your question.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
I think, why don't we wait until staff comes back with your work plan? And
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the one thing that's good about it is clear expectations. That's something that's good. And the way that the commission had looked at it with the different cases that you've been applying that to was a way to create some distance between certain uses and whatnot. So I think if you're interested in it and you want to continue to use it as a tool, then maybe having it in the ordinance is the right thing to do.
I'm actually okay waiting until we get the next report back from staff and look at how they're approaching all the other topics and decide if that's something that has to be on its own line item or not. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that makes some sense. If you had overlays, for example, and you had areas in the middle of nowhere where people go, whether you require them to take 15% of a 50-acre parcel, 100% of a 50-acre parcel, isn't going to make a difference. So far, it's been sort of a stopgap measure condition that we've used to try to deal with the issues of concentration of grows and buffering and so forth. We may not need it, or maybe we will, and we'll just have to kind of find out. I think it makes sense to take the time to develop the budget and so forth, because that's how we're going to get there. But I think there are a few things we could do relatively soon. We have isolated one issue that we'd like to get back to the board as quickly as possible. We don't have a real clear report on the path there. So if we could even just in a week say, do we have any more knowledge about how to get this issue back to the board of legal nonconformings adopting odor control? So I think we could hear on that sooner. And I've certainly had enough conversation with members of the board and their staff that some would definitely like to see this sooner than later. And additionally, I'm glad to provide an exemplary, that's an example of boundaries of an overlay at the next meeting. Take 10 minutes and let's kind of check the pulse of where we are. But I wouldn't expect that what Ms. Plowman has described as something that they can develop in a week. It's going to take more work than that.
Okay, did the other commissioners have any other comments? I sense that we're getting ready to wrap it up, so.
I'll wait.
Mr. Blau, yes?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I still don't get it. Ms. Plowman's explanation of carving out the odor control separate from the rest of the ordinance doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Write the ordinance for the odor control make it apply to all properties at the property line that can't be that complex. The one thing that would concern me is how you give someone who's out of compliance now a time period to make the correction. That would take care of your non-conforming, legal, whatever. I mean, I think you could write the ordinance such that come 90 days after the ordinance is in effect, which is 120 days from whenever they pass it, that is now the new rule for all cannabis growers in the county. You either make arrangements to sequester the odor on your property within that 120 days, or you can't continue to operate. And that may be somewhat draconian on some parts, but basically we've told everybody that you got to come in and get a permit, you got to get a plan approved by the county. You gave them a certain amount of time to do it. You're extending it because maybe we don't have enough staff to process it, but enough is enough. Make the odor control a completely separate issue. Get us a draft ordinance next week, and we'll take a look at it. And if it takes you 2 weeks to get a draft ordinance to us, so be it. But I cannot see sitting back and waiting 6 months or a year before you perfect everything within this supposedly new ordinance to make it perfect. That doesn't work for this commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Staff, do you want to just give us a report next week about when you can come back with maybe that bifurcated thing, like an ordinance amendment or recommended strategy for odor control versus the rest of the items? Or can you make it next week at all? You want to look at 2 weeks, a month?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think we're going to need a little bit of time. I know it's, just to Commissioner Blau's comment, I know it's a frustrating process, but it does take time to draft the ordinance and prepare staff reports and docket them and have the county council review and all of those things. I'm not saying that if the commission decides that's the main one they want to pursue right away, we can go ahead and do that, but we have limited staff resources, and so it does affect the timeline for the other ordinance package that you're looking at. That's just information you need, and if that's what you decide, we can bifurcate it and take one in advance and then follow along with the second package.
Okay. Commissioner Freeney?
Is there a way you could write a general statement and we send that to the board and say, are you interested in us pursuing this immediately, separate of the whole package, and let them decide if there's no sense you taking all of the time and the effort and county council and all of this, and then it goes to the board and they go, no, we don't want that. Does
almost
that
like a minute
sound
motion.
reasonable to others, or?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, we can seek direction from the board on that very item and report back to them on the conversations that we've had. So we can pursue that. That takes, unfortunately, some time to get something docketed on the board, but it's a pretty simple request. I'm just not sure when we can get it on the agenda for the board.
Well, it would also provide an opportunity to talk about work program and budget stuff, right? I'm not sure if you can actually put all of that in one. Sorry. Yes?
Yeah, Chair Bradley, I've been trying to hold off on throwing more into the mix, but
Okay.
that's exactly what I was going to suggest. In fact, before this hearing, I was looking at target hearing dates. I still need to speak with the folks here about which hearing dates we're going to actually schedule the work program items for. So, but I think at the very latest, your planning commission would be hearing that report. I'm looking at March 11th, I think it was, as the latest date that'd be the latest in order to get it to the board by the time I need to do so. So it may turn out that the timing of the work program presentation and providing you the scope of work may dovetail very well. So once again, I can't commit to a certain date right now. I still need to do some more figuring, so to speak. But I think that might be a good opportunity.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney? Is that you?
No, I'm fine. share everybody's concern. We need to go as fast as we can, but this is the Queen Mary. It's not a speedboat, so I understand that, and it's never what we want. But the board's asked us for our opinion, so I think it'd be great if you let them know how we feel that this should be the first step in the long path.
And related to that, could you reach out to Mr. Malekian about coming for some session on one of our agendas when we can fit it in? I would suggest that at least an hour with him would be appropriate. Mr. Commissioner Park.
I think so, and I think absolutely as soon as possible. He can give the same one he already gave. I think we should be careful here at the commission level when we talk about the odor issue. We really described two issues, okay? One is the proposal that's the one I brought up this morning at first, is that legal non-conforming uses, okay, I'm particularly looking at 5 or 6 in Carpinteria, have to immediately adopt odor control, okay? That's different, though, than an amendment to the ordinance that says all projects everywhere at any time, the odor shall not be detectable outside the boundary lines. You can't merge the two. They're not the same thing. I think, yeah, it's nice to ask the board what they want, but the board told us in September what they want. If they had wanted to withdraw that request, they could have voted to do it, but they didn't. So what's out there is a 5-0 vote where they wanted some action on that first item. And I would like this agendized, not in the indefinite future, sometime pretty soon, because I may just make a motion, okay, to do something in that regard, to say we think this is a good idea. We're coming back to the board, and please direct your staff, and especially county council, to do something. But I'd like the opportunity to do that. If this is not a nonprofit board where I can bring it up under new business, it needs to be under agenda. So I'd actually like to see this not just kind of disappear, this issue. I'd like to see it agendized pretty soon, so we get a report on where we are. I'd like to show you an exemplary overlay, and I may want to make a motion on that first item.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney.
No.
Is that you? That's me. We are at the end of our meeting now. Okay. Hearing nothing else, Mr. Blau, are you okay up there? Then I would look for
Good to go.
a motion to adjourn.
Well, how do we agendize this?
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
we just continue this for a week to do something? I'm not expecting much, but continued it from last week to this week. When can we continue to something, just so it kind of stays as a live issue?
Well, that's a really good point. And
That's why I'm making it.
I'm thinking of what the Montecito Planning Commission had. It had like a standing item on the debris flow stuff. Can you just give us a half hour on every agenda, whether it's a report back from when Mr. Malekian's going to be here, when Ms. Fisher's going to be here? Is that too
Madam
much?
Chair, before we take that step, I'd like to be able to, we can come back with something regarding, and we'll see if Mr. Malekian can come, and if he can't come next week, we'll get a date when he can come, and we can report to you on that. I could even report potentially under the director's report on something like that. And then we could, it sounds like to me that Commissioner Park wants to have something on the agenda that would allow the commission to communicate its desire to move forward with this odor issue and non-conforming projects. Did I read that?
That's right. I'd just like the opportunity to make a motion. You may not agree with it. You may think it's wonderful. I'd just like the opportunity to do it. And if it's never agendized, I won't be able to do that. It'll be buried.
Right.
And
So would we continue this?
I guess we could continue this to next week to allow you to do that, or
That's
you could do
simple.
it today.
No,
I mean,
I'll do it next week, and I'll also bring an example, just a slide that shows you what an overlay looks like. I don't need any staff preparation for any of those things, other than it'd be nice if county council thinks about ways to do this other than through the permitting process. So it's not making demands, it's just keeping a placeholder on the agenda so we can do something.
That's fine, I won't be here.
So do I need to move?
One more thing.
Oh, Commissioner Blau?
Well, yeah. With that, I would like to also add that the staff come back and give us an estimate as to when they could bring us the bifurcated ordinance for odor control only and what it takes. And by example, if they're telling me it takes, another FTE or however you count that stuff, we can make that motion and make that recommendation to the board. And they can just simply act upon it. But if we can get a report or an estimate of what it's going to take to get the odor control ordinance done so we can vote on it and send it forward, that'd be helpful to me. Because in the absence of doing that, I'm probably going to meet with two of the supervisors and press real hard to have you do that.
Chair Bridley.
Yes.
So once again, I'm in the thick of developing the work program. It would be untimely for me to come back next week and provide any scope of work, because what you really need to see is the overall work program and the effect that such a change would have on it. I can tell you already right now, without additional cannabis work, we're already really strapped right now for the existing work in our work program, and your commission needs to see that entire picture before you make decisions about what carve-outs you're going to do, because it's going to have an effect on our work program.
I want to just simply make a motion to continue this matter to next week.
Second.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Park, I'm sorry to interrupt in that. I'm not going to be here next week, so I won't be able to participate in that conversation. That's okay, but I just wanted you to know that.
When's our next meeting after February 5?
So Chair Bridley, Commissioner Park, the next meeting that's scheduled is February 12th. At this time, there are no items projected on that date, so we could continue that date, but there's no items on that date as of yet. After that, it's February 26th. There's a number of items already on that hearing date, but there is opportunities like if we wanted to continue next week just for your information, that'd be fine. As far as there's things that we've heard as far as inviting the CEO's office to come and other things, and that maybe some coordination could happen in the director's report next week, or if it's agendized for next week, we can give a status update in scheduling those things as far as, and then as well as when we could actually come back with a cost estimate, scope of work, and things like that. So there's a lot of pieces that staff needs to put together before we can advise the commission on these activities. We feel the urgency, and we commend the commission on that. Now it's the ball's in our court to actually put some of those pieces together and advise you what it's actually going to take to do that.
Commissioner Cooney?
That's not me.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Park.
Well, like I said, I made a motion. I thought I
That's
heard
right.
a second.
Did I hear a second?
And it's not going to demand much from
Okay.
staff. We're just going to step in with each other and let's see where we get. And then we may just move it back to the 26th from there or something. We'll just find out.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to continue this item to next week. Do we do a roll call? Roll call vote?
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Chair Bridley.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now, would we look for the...
Chair Bridley, can I make just a very brief comment for the benefit of the citizens of Carpinteria before we adjourn?
Sure.
There is a phrase people have heard, I'm sure you feel it, it's hearing fatigue. You know, you feel you keep going to hearing after hearing and you wonder if it's doing any good. You're doing good, so thank you for coming, those who are hearing it now and are there. It is something we should all remember is, you know, even if not so many people show up on a given day, we often get very articulate letters and comments from the city of Carpinteria. The city of Carpinteria, I know from talking to people there, is very concerned about these cannabis issues. David Derfenler, Steve Goja have done excellent work in communicating that to us. And the city of Carpinteria represents how many thousands of people? Is it, what's the population there?
It's 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, I don't know.
I think it's more.
Michael, do you know?
But in any event, you know, just having 4 people here doesn't mean that just 4 people care. Okay, it's a lot of people that care, and many express themselves through their city government. I just want to recognize that. Thank you.
I'd like to echo that because a lot of the emails we got in the last 2 weeks were really very unique, very personal, and that was really helpful. Really helpful when we get them over the weekend so we can read them and absorb them as opposed to here. So thank you. Okay, so with that, thank you, and thank you to staff for another long and brain-draining hearing. Is there a motion to adjourn? Don't need it? Then I would consider this is... I'm on automatic pilot. Is there a motion? No. Okay. Then I consider this adjourned, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, he also is retired from his law firm, so he's got a lot